turn, if you know plastic is a water barrier, it's a water resistant. So if you're taking that component of plastic, you turn it into a building material. Your building material now is water resistant as opposed to the clay brick that retains water. So that's how we developed from a problem that we saw in society, looked at what ideas can we come up to take this problem, because when plastic is created, plastic is always there, will forever exist. Hence, plastic is recycled and not destroyed. So we took that and fast forward, here we are today, building, making, or manufacturing rather, building material, your roof tiles, your brick, and your blocks, so yes.
Fantastic. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. I'm looking at the time and we have 1 minute left, so you each have 15 seconds to share words of inspiration to the young people today. What would you like to say, Dr. Notula?
To the young people, I'm going to say there are many challenges out there. There are many problems. And no one is going to solve your problem for you. You have to think and come up with the solutions to address your particular problems. I drew from my own experiences, you draw from your own experiences, and we can definitely make the world a better place.
Thank you so much. My brother, Luvo?
Yeah, I think for me is to say that this country really needs you guys. And we're the future of this country, and this country needs these ideas. I mean, if I didn't action my idea, I don't think I would be giving back to the country the way we are doing today. So believe in yourself and know one thing, that this country needs you.
The country needs you. Thank you so much, my brother. Lastly, Siyabonga, your
Sure.
words of encouragement.
So to echo what my colleagues have been saying, action is key, guys. If you take coffee and you put water, you put sugar, you put milk, and you put coffee, if you do not stir that cup, it's not coffee. You're just drinking water that is tasteless. So if you do not take the action to give out what's in you, that idea, that thoughts, that processing of whatever problem that you want to solve, action it out. That's the key thing. And the most important thing also, align yourself with projects that are going on within that particular city, province, or whatever the case may be. In our case, we aligned ourselves with the projects and things that were aligned in KZN, in particular Durban, and that's how we were propelled forward. So action out, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for the Green Youth Connect panel, Luvo from Green Arc Innovation, Siyabonga, founder of Eminent Cocoon, and Dr. Noctula, founder of Meta Group. Incredible, inspirational. On behalf of Green Youth, we wish you all the best. We are here to support you, we love you, appreciate you, and continue doing the amazing work that you're doing. We are inspired. You know, some people are inspired, but they don't say. We are watching, we are learning. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Luva, I'll ask you to go first so I can follow.
Thank you to our incredible panel. We're now heading over to our tea break. The time now is, it's 11:11. African time, 11:11. What's that, 10 minutes? It's 11, yeah, 11:11. We are going to have tea. I think tea will be served by the exhibition stands. For those of you, can I see by a show of hands, who didn't register? You haven't registered yet. Ungenile nje, no nyadlala, but because we're running out of time. Can I see your hands? If you have not registered, please, please, please go back to the registration. Bakolok says that so they can take your details, give you a tag, and give you a bag if you have not registered. And then if you have, please go and have tea. I encourage you, meet someone new, interact, network. Please listen, we will be back at 11:30. So you have 19 minutes and then we begin the program. Yancela kyalukupa, so that we don't finish too late, we finish on time. Please be back at 11:30. Yancela kyalukupa, asseblief. 11:30, we are back. Thank you. And also, please look after your belongings, your bags, your cell phones, your power banks. Don't leave them on your seats. Look after your belongings, please. We'll see you back at 11:30. Thank you very much. Half past 11, we are back. Get your tea, get your coffee, and then come and have a seat, please. Thank you so, so much. Thank you for your cooperation. Siyabong.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Cool. Hello. 1 2 1 2. Yes. Yeah. What? Yeah. 1 2 1 2. Yes. Yeah. 1 2. Yeah. Yeah. 1 2. Yes. 1 2. Yeah. On stage. 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Yeah. 1 2. Sambingelela mazwi kambanja la. Sambingelela. 1 2 1 2. Yeah, 1 2 1 2. Yeah, Sambingelela.
Thank you once again. All right, let's get ready for another dialogue. Can I see by a show of hands, how many of you met someone new during your lunch? Not someone from high school that you're like, oh, who I can't. Can I see show of hands? You met someone new, you had a conversation with someone that you never knew before. You know, the level at which you put your hand dictates the confidence that you have in that person that you met. Can I see show of hands? Because abanye were like, yeah, I met them, but I don't know. We met, but. You met, right? Give yourselves a round of applause. This is what it's about. It's about young people coming together to network, young people coming together to exchange contact details, because you don't know where this person may be in 5 years' time or what you may need them for. So I encourage you once again, meet someone new. Go to a stranger, find out who they are, what they do, what they're working on. If you can work together, I really, really encourage you. Thank you so much. You're back from the tea break. We're going to kick off another all right, so we're going to kick off the dialogue around laying the base from policy to action. By show of hands, those of you who are in policy, who are interested in policy. All right. So, water conservations, not conversations. Water conservation strategies in response to natural disasters. I have the privilege of moderating this panel. We have two panelists. The first one is Tobegile Gambu from Umgeni, Utugela Water. Tobegile, please come onto stage. We just had a conversation. As she's coming onto stage, please can we put our hands together? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Thank you so much, Tobegile. And then next we have Tiamo from Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority. Tiamo Lehwale from Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority. As they come on stage, these incredible women, please, let's put our hands together for them. Please do join me on stage. All right, they're going off stage because they're not mic'd. I thought they were mic'd. All right, so while they're getting mic'd, can I have a volunteer? Yes, the lady who's wearing the yellow t-shirt. I was about to say you know where we come from. If you don't get it, forget about it. Please come on stage. Please, let's put our hands together for this lady as she comes on stage. Quick. Scat. This one. Oz. Let's put our hands together one more time for this incredible. You know, I said to her, can I have a volunteer? She doesn't know what she's going to do, but she's like, I'm going. Okay, come. Oz. Oh, they're getting mic. Sawubona. Unjani?
Ngiyaphila wena njani?
Ngiyaphila. Yo, your energy, I love it.
Yebo.
All right, Ikama.
Utholakele Magubane from Umlazi ka-Asia.
Nimshayeleni izandla. Umlazi ka-H. She's very proud, representing. Right, so there's a gift that we're going to give you. I'll speak to the team, but I wanted to call you Beggy Bag Pants. Tolegele, ne? Tolagele. Okay, Tolagele. Ladies and gentlemen, watch this. Myself and Utolagele are walking. So let's walk. I sing him Tatila. And then we are walking by a park, and I push utholakele. Not being joke, I ask my time to no joke. I'm pushing a mistake. So I push her inside the swimming pool. Because Utandu, she loves water, you know. And she comes out of the swimming pool. When she comes out of the swimming pool, umanzi. Question number 1. Whose fault is it? Listen. Remember what one of our panelists said, listening it's a skill, right? So, uyapuma and umanzi. Whose fault is it that umanzi? Whose fault is it? Who? Who says it's my fault? Hands, please, hands. Okay, who says it's her fault? Okay, who says it's the water's fault? So amanzi siswambe kumele sichiftele thina as we are walking. Okay, so the answer is simple. It's my fault why I pushed her inside. She couldn't do anything about it. Dang it. I come back. Listen, after 5 minutes. When I come back after 5 minutes, utholegile usase manzi. The question now is, and this is question number 2, whose fault is it that usase manzi? Who says it's my fault? I wanna pray my own time. Who says it's her fault? Those of you who say it's her fault, you are right. Listen, like in the first instance, it wasn't her fault. It's not your fault that you are born where you are born. There's nothing you could do about it. It's not your fault that you're born into the community that you are born into. There's nothing you could do about it. But it becomes your fault when you have an opportunity, like she had an opportunity to get a towel and you don't use it, then it's your fault. Young people, we have opportunities for you. When you get an opportunity, because sometimes it only comes once. She had an opportunity to get a towel, she didn't use it, the opportunity was gone. So the point behind what we've just illustrated is, when you get an opportunity, don't cry and blame other people, make the most out of it. She's going to receive a gift. Please come and see us at lunch. There's gifts that we would love to give you because you came to the front and you volunteered. You didn't know what it was, but you said, I am going. Baby, I'm a camera, but you're like, yeah. Even the walk. Please let's give her a round of applause. Thank you so much, Tolegile. Really, really appreciate it. Let's make use of the opportunities that we have. All right, mic'd up. Good to
Think
go.
so?
Yes,
Ladies, welcome. How are you today?
we're good. Thank
Good.
you.
How are you?
Very, very well. All right, I would just like you to introduce yourself to the audience. Who are you and what does your work do? What does it entail? I'll start with you, Sister Begin.
Thank you, Sbusiso. Good morning, everyone. It is still morning, no, good afternoon. Thank you, I'm Tobegile Gambu, and it's such an honor to be here, really, because you won't believe that a few years ago, I was a graduate trainee at Umgeni Water, and I attended my first Green Youth Indaba was it not 7 years ago? I think it might have been the second one. So now it's like I've come full circle and I'm actually sitting up front, you know, so already that's some encouragement to the youth out there, because I was just like you guys, watching and just learning and listening and being encouraged. So I really appreciate the opportunity. So I am an environmental scientist at Umgeni Utugela Water. We've now merged with Umhlatuze, and my role is really to drive sustainability. So I drive our sustainability initiatives from policy development, where I develop policies around sustainability, to our strategy, which is really, together with the plan, which are really the vehicle through which we implement and also, try to reach our goals. And our environmental sustainability strategy really circles around the SDGs, and we've aligned with a number of them, not all 17, because some of them don't apply. So our biggest pain points are energy, and trying to reduce our carbon emissions, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and also looking at our waste and looking at circular economy, looking at green buildings, looking at partnerships nationally, locally, and at a global level. So yeah, that's basically what I do, but I started as a graduate trainee, and I really appreciate the journey that I've been and where I am at the moment.
Fantastic. Please let's put our hands together for Tobegile Kambu from Umgeni, Utugela Water, Tiamo. For those of you who don't know you, who are you, where are you from, and what does your work entail?
Good morning, guys. First of all, speaking of full circle, a couple of years ago, I decided that I want to change my career. So I was a geologist, and that's what I did. And so I went into environmental management, and so I went to the UFS to go and do a master's in environmental management, and guess who was my classmate? Tobegile. She's not telling you guys, but we were actually classmates a couple of years ago in UFS, in the Bloemfontein area. And so, yes, my name is Tiamo, and what I do is I work for the Trans-Caledon Tunneling Authority, and we are a government agency for the Department of Water and Sanitation. We implement huge water infrastructure construction projects for them. And what I'm responsible for as a social manager there is that I'm responsible for identifying the social risks that come with the projects that we implement and the mitigation thereof. And so when we speak about strategy and policy from the TCTA's perspective, is that from a social perspective, we are aligned with things such as heritage management, resettlement of persons, indigenous people, human rights, and things of that nature. So we try our best to ensure that the social environment is maintained and is healthy for the people in which we implement our projects and the communities thereof.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for Tiamo. Yeah, the work that you do is, and the words that you are using, and yeah, it's deep. Full circle, full circle. Let's speak about, earlier on, one of our panelists was speaking about it's good to have policies. Policies are important. In your line of work, what are some of the barriers that you've seen when it comes to shifting from policy to action, and what can be done to move from just having a policy and implementing that policy, especially when it comes to water conversation?
Should I go? Maybe I'll go first.
Okay.
So that's a very good question, because we really have struggled, and it really begins with trying to introduce something new. So sustainability within the water sector even has not been something that has been there forever and ever. So trying to change minds, firstly from executive level, from board, executive, and all the way down to graduates, having that mind change shift is the first thing that we actually struggle with. So developing the policies is usually not, the difficult part. We know what we need to do. Like you're saying, it's really the implementation. So after policy development, I think one of our biggest challenges that we're experiencing even now is the fact that our policy and strategies are not necessarily funded. And we've come to learn that even through the work we do with the United Nations Global Compact, that when you develop a policy and a strategy, you need to have money that comes behind that. Because you're going to have these goals where you say you want to reduce your emissions by 10% by 2030, for example. That's one of our... But the initiatives that you're going to carry out, who's funding that? Is there CapEx that is in place to actually fund that? If you're saying you want to integrate renewable energy solutions, is their capex. So we set up all of these wonderful goals. We've got at least under 12 of the 17 SDGs, we've got at least 20 goals now below that. And to think that we never actually put the budget behind that, you know, it's such a simple thing, but we never did it. So that is now we're going back and we're looking at exactly how much is implementing this policy and strategy going to cost us. And we're trying to now work backwards and actually putting CapEx in place. So it's changing minds. That's the first thing that we needed to do, and we're still doing. We drive awareness within the organization every week through physical engagements, through virtual engagements, and then the funding behind it. We've also had to be very innovative, you know, and we've reached out to DBSA, for example, and we've reached out to different organizations to see how we can actually partner with them. DBSA has a wonderful program for municipalities and state-owned entities that actually want to become green or sustainable. So we're trying to look at different ways that we can fund all of these programs, because one of our projects, believe it or not, will cost us at least 300 million, you know, so that is money we never thought of when we developed the policy. And another challenge I think we're facing is, you know, people within their units have their day-to-day job. Their job is not to ensure sustainability. So trying to integrate some of those solutions within people's day-to-day jobs has become quite difficult, because you'll tell the asset management team, for example, that we need to look at our fleet management and we need to look at electric vehicles. What is the feasibility of us integrating electric vehicles? But those people have their own jobs, you know, and this is not really something that is high up on their KPIs. So now what we've had to do is we're actually integrating KPIs, sustainability KPIs, into the different divisions from executives. So executives must have at least 10% of their KPIs dedicated to sustainability, and then managers 5% and so on, and then it filters down. So that is because we're trying to find space within people's work plans to actually deal with sustainability, and also changing the minds again to tell them that sustainability is not just for the sustainability department. It needs to be integrated across all departments. It's everyone's job, otherwise it's gonna fall flat. So yeah, that's policy to action and some of the challenges that we've had.
Okay.
Sure. Siamo?
I think perhaps we should take a step back, because I see that we've got a number of learners in the room. Just to say what we are referring to when we say policy and strategy. What is it that we're talking about? And I'll quickly give an example. So I'm Tiamo, and I'm going to give you a strategy and policy on my chakalaka. My chakalaka is going to be made out of carrots, it's going to have green beans, it's going to have beans, it's going to have spices, and it's going to be delicious, and everybody's going to like it. That's a strategy on my policy, it's my stance. However, somebody in London might say the exact same thing and leave out a very important aspect to us as South Africans, and that would be, must have chilies, because that's just who we are as a country. So what I feel is the biggest gap in moving from policy and strategy to action is that we try and incorporate all these as sustainable development goals, and we try and incorporate all of these goals and aspirations of everybody in the world, because mostly they're our funders, okay? And so when we come and we try to implement that, we find that the shoe doesn't quite fit as nicely as it should. And so our biggest problem moving from strategy and policy to implementation is consultation. And that's what I find. I find that as entities, we build our policies and strategies without consultation with the people that it's going to impact on, without consultation to the people whose lives it is that we are trying to touch. We write things in our policies that we are not entirely sure everybody cares about, except the funder, who doesn't have the problems that we are trying to solve. And so that's one of the largest problems that I find. There isn't enough consultation. There isn't enough talking between the people who do the policy writing, the people who implement those policies, and the people who are recipients of those actions. And so how we try to bridge that gap is through just that, consultation. And so you'll find that when we do something called a relocation action plan, where we are going to build a dam in one area, but we need to relocate the people who are living there to make space for that dam, because when it comes in, it's going to inundate the area. That means there'll be nothing but water there. We try then to do a very consultative process in that our policy will not say we are going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for you. But we sit down and you as the recipient say to us, when we relocate either our houses or our graves or our heritage sites, this is where we want to go. These are the cultural practices that we use. We slaughter a goat, we slaughter a sheep, we slaughter a cow. We need a priest to come and remove the graves and put them in another area. And so we have to be culturally sensitive. We have to be also recipients, not just people who implement these activities, but we also need to be recipients of the environment. We need to be recipients and hear out what the people are saying. So consultation is the biggest challenge that I found with moving from strategy to action.
Thank you so much. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Just in closing, in your line of work, what are some of the water conservation strategies that you are implementing in dealing with natural disasters?
Okay, I'll go first with this one. One of the examples that I think of is the Bravas project that we are running in the Western Cape. And actually, twofold. Number one, the natural disaster, the drought that we underwent is what gave rise to that project. Do you remember there was a huge drought in the Western Cape? And so that urged the department to start the Bravas project. And the Bravas project is the Bergrivier Val Dam Augmentation Program. So we are essentially trying to broaden up the Berg River and make the Val Dam bigger. So that was in response to the natural disaster that was a drought. But as we're doing the project planning, we are finding that there's lots of rain in the Western Cape. And so we are getting a possible natural disaster of the opposite side, which could be flooding. And so when we do planning in these projects, we would then do a plan for a 1 in 5 years, 1 in 10 years, 1 in 15, and 1 in 20 years flood. What that then means is the amount of land that you need to be purchasing gets larger as you plan for a 1 in 20, 1 in 5, and that sort of flood. And so we have to factor in floods, we have to factor in droughts, we have to factor in siltation and how that could harm our harbor lines and beach lines. So things like that is what we have to factor into the projects that we implement in the TCTA as preparation for possible natural disasters.
So with us, you know that we've been hit with floods quite recently here also in the Durban area, so it hasn't really been quite a good experience for us as a water board, for the municipality as a water service authority, and obviously for the different communities. But if you look at water conservation in our, the type of work that we do, it's also ensuring that we reduce our non-revenue water. So that's not necessarily linked to water conservation, but more, it's actually water conservation, less disaster. So with water conservation, we've got like some non-revenue water initiatives where we're helping the municipalities actually reduce their non-revenue water. If you're sitting in the audience and you don't know, not eThekwini, I'll just say, usually we lose at least 50 to 60% of the water that goes into the pipelines and to the people. So you can imagine that from all of the water that is treated, from 100% that is treated, we're only getting 40% out. So can you see how much of water we're actually losing? So it's been important for us as a water utility to help municipalities actually fix leaks, fix different pipelines, and and respond when there are bursts, etc., just so that we conserve that water and we don't lose that water. But related to natural disasters now, I think one of our biggest projects or initiatives that we have in place is actually developing a flood warning system. So we currently actually have one in place for most of our different sites, most of our different dams. So here, the flood warning system helps in that it gives us alerts. You know, so if there's going to be too much of rain or we sense something is happening, we actually get information from that flood early warning system, and then somebody from the planning department will alert operations who sits at the dam. And then we've got different responses then for people downstream, because when the dam bursts its walls, then people downstream are mostly affected and all of that. So we've got a whole system that we're trying to develop for us to be able to respond better to floods. But also I think more downstream, when the floods actually happen, what we've realized is that as a water utility and working with municipalities, our demand management systems, disaster management systems are really almost non-existent, to be honest. That's why when a flood hits, nobody knows who's doing what, who's responsible for what, nobody's coordinating anything, and I know we're being recorded and it's not the best statement to say, but at some point we need to be honest with ourselves. Disaster management is nowhere to be seen. We scramble. Everyone is scrambling. The municipality is scrambling. The water boards are scrambling. So we're trying to fix that now, So we're trying to fix the problem before it happens, getting those alerts before the flood comes. And then after the flooding has happened, who does what? That protocol needs to be in place that speaks to everyone and speaks to the community, speaks to the different departments that need to get involved in terms of how we need to fix things now. Because, with Durban, there was one of our pipelines, one of our biggest pipelines was damaged at the last flood. And that pipeline, took a long time to fix. So that meant some communities actually didn't have water. And some communities, even now in the north, do not have water because of the flooding that happened. So can you see that we need to respond quickly?
Quicker.
Those protocols need to be in place. Related then to water conservation, I think it becomes very important for communities to try in some way to have water conservation facilities within their homes. And those are as simple as Jojo tanks. So you obviously can have your Jojo tank there, you collect rainwater, so that when a flood hits, you at least have, 2, 3, 4 weeks of water in your Jojo tank. And obviously some people can't afford that. It's not very simple. But that's one thing that communities can put in place to make sure that when floods actually hit, they've got some water that is available to them. Yeah.
Wow, unfortunately we've run out of time. Thank you so much, Tiamo. Thank you so much, Tobegile, speaking on laying the base from policy to action, water conservation strategies in response to natural disasters. I mean, I can feel and sense the energy, the passion for what you do. Besides the fact that you've come full circle, I don't know, you'll see each other in boardrooms, part of a disaster management committee somewhere, doing incredible work. So we really, really appreciate it and what you've shared. I think you've also given our young people and people in the audience something to think about on what they can do in their communities and in their personal capacities. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for Tobegile Gambu from Umgeni Together Water and Tiamo Kwale from Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority. TCTA. Thank you so much, ladies. Really, really appreciate it. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panelists.
There's some questions. Are you taking any questions?
Are you?
Our panelists are still here. Unfortunately, because of time, we cannot take questions. They're not going anywhere. I hope and I know. So, unfortunately, sorry, my brother, but They'll be sitting down. You can come and ask them. Together. Ngiyabonga, bhuti wami. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. All right, we have another panel discussion. This one you're going to find very, very informative. Circular skills, empowering and cultivating tomorrow's workforce with skills for sustainable industries. So we'll be chatting to the different seaters. This panelist will be Nozugo. Sindo Nozugo will be moderating the panel. Nozugo, please come on stage. Please can we put our hands together for Nozugo as she comes on stage. She'll be joined by manufacturing, engineering and related service sector, education and training authority, that's MERS-SETA, energy and water SETA, wholesale and retail SETA, food and beverages SETA. So please join her on stage. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Nozugo Msindo, who will be our moderator for this panel. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. How are you guys doing today? I would like you guys to please give yourself a round of applause for keeping it up until now. Thank you. So my name is Unozuko Msindo. I will be moderating a panel based on circular skills, and I have with me the ladies. Where are my ladies? The panel speakers from the seaters. I would like for them to please come on stage. So I will name them. So I've got Candice Moodley from the Energy and Water SETA. Candice Moodley, please give her a round of applause. So whilst they are setting her up and getting her ready, our second speaker is Usis Nozibonge Sotishe from the Food and Beverage SETA. And lastly, we've also got Usis Angel Gambushe from the Wholesale and Retail SETA. Can you please give a round of applause for all our lovely speakers? So that's Candice Moodley coming up on stage. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. So once again, Candice Moodley is from the Energy and Water SETA. Next up is Sis Nozibonge Sotishe from the Food and Beverage SETA. And lastly, we have Usis Angel Gambushe from the Wholesale and Retail SETA. So she's still getting ready. Should we sishaye ingoma or sicala sishaye ingoma? Ukhona ozothanda ukusiqalela ingoma so wasamlindile Sis Angel. Okay, there she is. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, so our panel discussion, for me, this one hit home, because I am also part of the skills development, and this is so exciting for me, and I believe that, where are my scholars? There they are. I'd like all the scholars to please pay close attention to what is going to be said here. This is very important for you especially, and I don't know if we have time, I don't think we do, to just pose one question. And this question, I really appreciate if one of the scholars may ask a question, but if not, then we're good to go. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we
Nkulu Indaba.
Like, what's in it for me? So can you please kindly, I know it's huge, I know I'm shaking the head. So can you please
So should I just do the,
unpack that for us? Thank you.
sure, no problem. I hope I remember all those questions. But let me first give you a background and a brief summary of SETAs. Many of you might have heard of a SETA. It's Sector Education and Training Authority, and there are actually 21 SETAs in the country. We are established as a legislative authority from the Skills Development Act as amended, and there is a SETA for every economic sector in the country. So for the banking sector, we have a bank SETA. For the manufacturing sector, we have MERSETA, which is actually one of your key sponsors here. For food and beverage sector, there's Food Bev. For wholesale and retail sector, there's W&R SETA, and we can go on because there are 21. And of course, we are the energy and water sector. The EW SETA, as all SETAs really, we are responsible for facilitating skills development and training within the SETA sector we are responsible for. So what does that mean? Basically, it's about understanding what are the industry demands in terms of skills needs. And for many SETAs, I don't think we're much different in the sense that we need to understand what the skills demand is now as we stand here today. What are the short and medium term skills needs in the country for the sectors we are responsible for? But more importantly, and it comes to the sustainability of our economy and the sectors we are driving, is what are the skills needed into the future? So what are the long-term skills needs? So as a SETA, we need to understand that, and we do that through research. We do that through robust stakeholder engagement with the industries who pay their levies with us, and even industries that don't pay their levies with us, because we need a very good, comprehensive, holistic view of the skills needs. And if we only rely on the data that is submitted to us by our levy-paying employers, because there's a process called Workplace Skills Plan and annual training reports that every employer who pays a skills levy, they should be submitting a WSP ATR to a SETA. And that gives us a lot of our data that says, okay, this is what industry is saying the critical and scarce needs are, the hard-to-fill vacancies. And then as SETAs, we need to say, well, do we have a sufficient supply of these skills coming through our education system? And that means, do we have the qualifications? Are there enough young people, such as the young people in the room, taking up qualifications in these particular occupations and sectors? And, are we as SETAs supporting that? Are we monitoring the quality of the training being offered? And that's where training provider accreditation comes in, although I'll speak to that because there's a bit of a change there. And then, of course, there's the certification. So, in a nutshell, that is what SETAs do. Many have the misconception that it's the SETAs who train. We don't train. We facilitate the training. We work with partners. We disperse grants, whether it be mandatory grants or discretionary grants, but through the disbursement of that grant, those grants, we are then, supporting the industry to ensure that quality training is taking place. So that's SETAs in a nutshell. I'm sure my colleagues might want to add if there is anything to add on that. I can speak to what we as EW SETA focus on right now, okay? I just don't want to hog the limelight, but okay. So EW SETA, we are responsible for energy and water. And I start pretty much every panel discussion by saying that it's two of the most critical resources globally, and particularly here in South Africa. And we all have a responsibility, and I think that's one of the key things about the Green Youth Indaba, is that our responsibility as youth, and I'll just put myself in that youth category for now, even though I've passed the youth category many, many years ago, but we have a responsibility to ensure the sustainability, the responsible use, the responsible generation, distribution, and management of these resources, because they really are in great danger at the moment in terms of being depleted. Also, the quality of the water we have is very worrying. The water management practices that we're employing right now is not what it should be. And then, of course, the energy security issues are a problem, and we all have experienced that. I think even here in KZN, load shedding has been a very big problem for us. So we as EWCETA work with a number of partners to ensure that we are trying to address the challenges through skills development. So with climate change that's taking place, rapid urbanization, we have to look back and say, well, what are the kind of skills that are required now to ensure sustainability for the planet, let alone the continent, for the planet? And a lot of those skills are what we term green skills. So they are environmentally focused skills, skills that will allow us, once again, to responsibly manage and maintain these resources that we have. And also, it's about how do we embed these green skills into already existing occupations. And it's really about upskilling. So it's not about necessarily having a whole new skill, a whole new occupation. It's taking what's already existing and embedding and maybe reviewing the curriculum to ensure that we are putting in additional modules that will allow an engineer to now sort of sharpen the edge towards being a renewable energy engineer, a wind turbine engineer, a solar engineer, and so forth. And also what's very critical, I think green skills, you think maybe it only relates to technical skills, but it's not. We're finding that the future skills and a lot of focus that we put into our programs is on the professional, leadership, and soft skills issues. And that is where a lot of our youth falls short. You think you have the technical skills, you go to a TVET college, you get your qualification, you come out as an artisan, you come out as a technician, you come out as an engineer, but you lack the soft skills that is actually more critical in today's world because you're making decisions in a very complex environment now, given the rapid changes that are happening globally, the rapid changes that is happening in technology innovation and embedding that technology in existing systems. So a young person no longer just needs the technical skills. You need to have the skills that deals with complexity, problem solving, communication, digital skills, localized thinking. You might not think these are skills, but they truly are, and they probably weigh even heavier now than even the technical skills, because technical skills can be taught. The soft skills is something you really need to work hard on. So we put, as EWCETA, a lot of focus on that. Career guidance, obviously we're working towards an articulated skills pipeline. And an articulated skills pipeline means that we have to have a young person guided from a very young age. So we're even talking basic education level, although that's not necessarily where a CETA would come in at. But we do try to even influence at basic education level an individual's career path. Because at a young age, you know if you have the capability and the competencies guiding you towards maths and science careers, or more creative, or you're very good with your hands and you know you're going to be a really good artisan. So we support a young child as much as possible through career guidance from basic, secondary, through to tertiary, and then obviously through internships, work integrated learning programs, candidacy programs, even into their future careers. And once you're in your career, upskilling, continuous professional development is absolutely crucial. In today's world, if you're not continuously learning, you will be left behind. You cannot think that you can just stop at what you've done at a university or TVET college. You have to be continuously upskilling yourself right until the very end of your career journey. So that in a nutshell is what we do. I can talk about a lot of incredible programs that we have as EWCETA, but maybe when you come around for a second go, I can reflect on some of those.
I think just the question, but you can always come back to it after this, is that as a scholar or a person who's maybe in grade 9, 10, 11, or 12, and who who's now interested, perhaps I don't know what I wanted to do after, or what I wanted to do after, and now I'm hearing you kind of spoken about this,
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think most SETAs have a career guidance portal that you can access through their website. We certainly do. Our website is www.ewseta.org.za. If you go onto our website, you'll be able to access our career guidance portal from our website. If you go into our career guidance portal, it will give you a lot of information related to the careers available in the energy and water sector. We also have our career guidance team right here at the exhibition next door. There's a stand, so please visit them. They actually have our career guidance, our career guides, and again, every SETA, because every SETA does career guidance. So we all have career guides. We all have a lot of resources that you can access. But I think the most important thing when it comes to getting interested in a career in the energy and water sector is that it is an incredibly exciting industry right now because of the pertinent issues that are affecting us globally when it comes to water and energy. In South Africa, the energy sector is transitioning. It's called the Just Energy Transition, and that means we are moving towards being a very heavily fossil fuel-based economy to decarbonization and becoming a sort of more reliant on green energy solutions and renewable energy solutions. So that means it's opening up a whole lot of new careers that we didn't think about maybe a few years ago that is now actually right here on our doorstep, and we don't necessarily have the skills in South Africa. You'll find that a lot of our renewable energy skills are still being imported from international countries who come to South Africa and open up renewable energy plants, and they will obviously bring their own skills, most of them high-level skills. The elementary skills, they're quite happy to take from South Africa, but the elementary skills are really, simple things like maintenance and cleaning the panels and mowing the grass, and we don't want that. We want to be the ones that are operating the systems, that are maintaining the systems, that are even manufacturing these components. So those are the skills we are driving as EWCETA, and that is where you as youth should really be thinking about placing yourself. The challenge with our sector is that it is, if you want some of the more technical high-level skills, you are going to have to be a maths and science student. And it's not maths lit, it's maths core. Sadly, sorry, and science, these are two very critical subjects for an energy and water career. But it doesn't mean you have to take maths and science to find yourself being able to have a career in the energy and water sector, because we still need marketing managers, HR managers, financial managers. So you can still find yourself in this exciting sector, but if you want to be in the engineering side of things, the technical side of things, maths and science will be important for you as subject choices.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Candice, for unpacking that for us. And I will really make another emphasis on this, on my dear scholars, that I really hope that you guys are paying attention and that you guys are actually taking down notes. And please also understand what is being spoken here, that it's not only about, thinking about those other careers. There's so much more that you guys can branch into. So please, guys, pay attention, and thank you once again for unpacking that for us. So I will now move on to Usis Nozibonge Sotlishe, who comes from the Food and Beverage SETA. Please, Sisi, can you just unpack that for us as well? Where are you coming from, or what does your SETA actually caters for, or what do you guys do?
Okay. Thank you so much. As mentioned, I am Nozibongo Sotlishe from Food and Beverage Manufacturing, the sector that we facilitate and incentivize skills development for. Manufactures basically everything that we eat, everything that we drink. Because we are in the manufacturing sector, we comprised of about 5 subsectors. One is dairy manufacturing, the beverage manufacturing, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic, manufacturing of breakfast foods, where things like your pasta, your flours, your oils are manufactured. We also then represent the canners as well as the fish processors, meat processors in that sector. So those are the subsectors that you find in our industry. So the skills demands that you would then have would relate to how your food is made, how your beverages are made. But to that, there are feeding careers that are linked to that sector. So you'll have careers that will look at, in terms of if we're looking at green economy careers, because we're also a sector that processes. You look at sustainability from the perspective of primary agriculture. And then, so the grape that will be turned into juice, how is it planted? How is it processed? The potato that eventually is going to be cooked into a particular product or frozen would have to be sourced sustainably. Same as our fish, we ensure that we are sourcing properly for us to process the fish and can the fish. So as well as the packaging that we use as a sector must be and sustainable and reusable and recyclable. So when we're looking at these future careers and the sector, I think about 2008, there was an introduction of lean manufacturing. So we are leaning towards technology a lot in terms of producing food. They would have to lean towards core mathematics, pure mathematics, life science and physical science. But those careers are not limited to that, because if you look at the brands within the sector, they are big brands that have other careers that relate to them. So there's portability of skills as well that young people need to understand across sectors, that you would find engineers working in the food and beverage manufacturing sector, because we are a manufacturing sector, we just produce food or beverages. So you find that you have young people that will take on mobile robotics, mechatronics. So all these future careers will be linked to artificial intelligence, will be linked to information technology. You'll find that across sectors, cybersecurity is a big thing, because we're moving more into technologically advanced, we're in the technological advanced era. And everything that we do, even producing our food, is done through a computer, and the machines are programmed through computers. So as young people, it is important that the element of research and understanding who you are as a young person when choosing your career plays a big role. So if you go into our website, foodbev.co.za, you will be able to go into a portal where you can get an assessment and understand who you are and where your career strengths are. And then you will also find a career guide that will talk to careers within the sector that you can take up. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for unpacking that for us. I am running out of time, so I'm going to ask our last speaker, Mrs. Angel, just to wrap it up for us and maybe just talk about something that's going to summarize everything with in line with your CETA. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm coming from Durban CETA. As introduced, my name is Angel Gambushe. We have about 21 CETAs, and we are about the biggest. And Durban CETA is one of the CETAs that is servicing a very big sector, the retail sector, which contributes about 15% towards the GDP of South Africa. Our aim is to, just like all other CETAs, to facilitate skills development and ensure that employees are equipped and they're elevated and promoted and are able to access opportunities. Our stakeholders, firstly, it's our levy-paying employers, which is all the retail and wholesale companies, the non-levy companies, non-levy-paying companies. Another category will be the high institutions of learning, where we have partnerships to implement some of our programs that are ensuring that the youth is getting empowered. With our high institutions of learning, we have different categories of bursaries. We have bursaries from level NQF level 5 to NQF level 9. We also have within the wholesale and retail employers, we have employed bursaries for the employed persons at workplace. We offer bursaries as well, and we also offer another program we call the RMDP, Retail Management Development Program, for the supervisors at retail. We also have another program, an international leadership development program for senior management. So we have quite a number of categories under bursaries. For another category of our stakeholders is the learners that are currently at high school level. We also have bursaries, unemployed bursaries for undergrad. We can take the students from undergrad all the way to postgrad. For the unemployed students, we have partnerships with the 9 TVET colleges within KZN to service and render bursaries for the unemployed students, where we pay from tuition, book allowance, food allowance, transport allowance, and also residence. We also, for the students, we offer graduate placement, intervention for when students are studying. We've got, for example, interns that do their first 18 months, and then the second 18 months we have to sponsor the learners in terms of stipends to ensure that the learners are transported and are able to pay rental and food up until they get the experiential training completed, and then after that, then they can go back and graduate. We also ensure that the learners are placed in relevant departments where the experiential training is relative to what the learners are, the students are studying at the relevant institution. We also have graduate placement. You're from your 3 months, 6 months, and all the way to 12 months, and we also fund those programs. Another intervention that we have for unemployed persons, we have learnerships where we take our students through a program that integrates workplace and theoretical learning to ensure that the learners are not sitting at home and not doing anything while they're waiting for whatever opportunities that they're trying to pursue. They can enroll on a learnership for a period of a year. It also allows them an opportunity to be introduced at workplace while they are waiting to access other opportunities. So when they are at workplace also, over and above just paying, we also have short programs, skills, we call them skills programs, where employers apply to just bridge the gap where a person maybe is working and then they're lacking a particular skill. We can also fund that up to, it can run up to 6 months, but employers will choose how long the program will run for. I see we're running out of time. We have also, for small businesses and entrepreneurs, we also have SMME support, where our SMMEs are taken through some trainings, and we also assist them with some vouchers to purchase some of the equipment that they need in order to facilitate their businesses. And I'm also available for more information if should you want to consult. And our offices are based in Musgrave. I'm heading the office at Musgrave, just near Musgrave Center, but I'm available after this. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panel.
W.
WRCTA, and OCC,
Nozibongo.
Nozibongo from the Food and Bev, and also Candace from the Energy CETA. Please, once again, thank you so much. I think everyone here has heard and has, I'm sure they should have tons and tons of questions for you guys. As they said, they are available to ask any or to answer to any of your questions. Thank you so much. Can we please once again give them a round of applause? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Susie.
And then now, I know he's gonna kill me. We have another moderator, Uyamkela. You guys have met him before. He's going to be speaking about sustainable policies and opportunities for small businesses. Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our panelists. And thank you very much to our moderator. Please, another round of applause for our moderator. Let's get it moving. Thank you so much to the program director. The program is going well, right, guys? We're getting the information that we need. We're going to leave here empowered, right? All right, now let's move right along. Let me call in my panelists to please join me on stage. I don't know if Owamu is around to help me with that. All right, can I please have Ms. Karabo Motaung from Competition Commission. Ms. Karabo Motaung from Competition Commission. Can I please have the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition? Can I please have Tumelo Ledimo from South African National Accreditation System? Can I please have Lindy Johnson, who is a project manager at the Presidential Climate Commission? Those are my dear panelists in this session. Can they please join me on stage? Ms. Karabo Motaung from Competition Commission, the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition. Tumelo Ledimo, South African National Accreditation System. Lindy Johnson, who is the project manager at the Presidential Climate Commission. I'm sure they're coming down. Program director, or they're putting on their lapels, their mics. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, hashtag Green Youth Indaba GYI on the socials. Please follow us, tag your friends, tag your other entrepreneurs. And how many of you already are following us on social media? That's a young number. We need more of those. We need more of those. I don't know where our social media specialists are. If we maybe can just engage a little bit with what the social media people are saying, with guys at the social media, because I know that the actual expo is being broadcasted in various media platforms. All right, as they walk on stage, please give them a round of applause.
Hi.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started with our show. Our topic for this panel is sustainability policies and opportunity businesses. I'll sit right here so that we can get kick-started. All right, entrepreneurs in the room, embrace yourself. These are quite key government departments in front of us, and let's try and get as much information from them as possible. I believe that they are also well equipped to answer the questions that we're going to have at the Q&A session. Just to shoot, maybe let me start with the Department of Trade and Industry. Let me start with the Department of Trade and Industry. what does sustainability mean for small businesses and why is it important for them to adopt? Oh, yes.
That's me, and I'm not mic'd.
Okay. No, it's fine. Yeah, you can sit down. Can I please ask?
Yeah,
Don't worry, we will sort that out. Yeah, they will come and sort it out. Thank you. All right, no, let's move that question to maybe Karabo from the Competition Commission. What does sustainability mean for small businesses and why is it important for them to adopt their sustainability practices?
I think, excuse me, everyone, I've caught a very bad flu here in Durban. But for us, really, it is the ability of SMMEs not only to enter into markets, but also to effectively participate. So over the years, I mean, through competition policy, we've really tried to ensure that SMMEs are able to enter the market, that they are able to participate, but the ability of SMMEs to be able to sustain themselves is what was lacking. And this is because while they were participating in the market, they were not effectively or meaningfully participating in the market. So when we speak about the sustainability of SMMEs, we as the Competition Commission see it as the ability of SMMEs to impose meaningful competitive constraints such that they are able to sustain themselves, such that they are able to grow their businesses, and such that they are able to create employment.
Okay, fantastic. That is the Competitions Commission. Let me also just give you an opportunity just to explain what does the Competitions Commission do, and then we'll also follow with the other speakers so that we can create that platform for everybody to understand who is on stage.
Thank you. So the Competition Commission is a regulator. We regulate for fair competition in the market. We are famously known for prosecuting the construction cartel, which in 2010, when the government was building stadiums for the World Cup, a couple of construction companies came together. They decided to collude for those tenders, and so that is one of the big cases that the Commission has prosecuted. But we are an economic regulator. There's only one competition authority in the country. We regulate the entire economy to ensure that there's fair competition in the market, to ensure that SMMEs are able to enter the market. As you will understand, large firms normally try and impose what we call artificial barriers to try and keep SMMEs out of the market, to try and keep innovation out of the market. And so ours is to ensure that there's fair competition in the market, not only for SMMEs and innovation, but also for consumers, right? To ensure that consumers like you and I have an opportunity to decide from whom we want to procure, and we are able to procure at competitive prices.
Right, Ms. Lindiwe, a brief of the Presidential Climate Commission. What do you do, and how do you assist us as green SMEs?
So, good afternoon. So the Presidential Climate Commission is essentially a multi-stakeholder body that is focused on taking us through the transition, specifically focusing on our electricity crisis and how are we essentially moving through that. So how are we effectively preparing South Africans for the transition that we are facing? And so at the same time that we are working on thinking through how do we take the country through a transition, we are also effectively working on thinking through what type of policies do we need to have in place, what are the types of projects that we need to start thinking about, what are the skills that we need to prepare, and how do we basically ready ourselves as a country for within the climate space. So we really are trying to think about how do we move and create some sort of equitable transition in South Africa to ensure that effectively no one gets left behind, because I think that is the idea, is that we are moving a society into a new developmental pathway, and how do we make sure that that developmental pathway is done in a manner that is fair but also is just to South Africans.
Right, let me maybe, before I continue with the introduction, just put these questions onto you. The support and resources. What resources and support systems are available within your department to help these small businesses? Transit, into the, into the digital economy, but also more specifically sustainability operations?
Okay, so you're asking a very interesting question because we are more of an advisory body and not necessarily an implementer itself. We provide policy advisement and we also do policy recommendations to different departments in government, but also to the presidency. And so that is really where we function more as the Presidential Climate Commission. However, we do create space within the work that we do. So for example, we are actually participating in a project that's called the Partnership Implementation Model that looks at how do we create grassroots levels projects and cultivate economic diversification from a bottom-up approach rather from just looking at it from a top-down approach. So this specific project is very regionally focused. It is based in Mpumalanga, which is the key area where we are seeing the transition happen, mainly based on the fact that we are moving into a decarbonized economy, and also because we have the coal-fired plants there, and so that's where majority of that potential job losses are predicted for. And so because of that potential economic opportunity and livelihood risk, we are trying to gear up the province of Mpumalanga also to think about what other economic opportunities are there that we need to be exploring and how do we start untapping that. And so through the partnership implementation model, we are really trying to think through bottom-up approaches by actually working in your communities and actually then getting people to participate more actively in economic diversification.
Great. Mr. Tumelo, thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. South African National Accreditation System. Who are you and what do you do?
South African National Accreditation System is a sole national accreditation body in South Africa. The establishment of it in the main, it was to assist and facilitate international trade in the space of standard testing, technical regulation, and National Metrology Institute, and furthermore, in also further assist and support the government in implementation of policy. My colleague here have said that the role in terms of the policies to make sure that there are transition in terms of moving where we are with regard to the climate in order to sustainability. It's in that space that we provide accreditation of certification bodies that deal with the environmental management systems in the space to make sure that the environment is managed, and also with the energy management system that makers that have systems in place that they can manage their energy consumption and energy use, which furthermore will benefit in the reduction of greenhouse gases. We further provide accreditation for validation and verification bodies that deals with quantification, monitoring and reporting of greenhouse gases to the Department of Environment in order to manage the impact or to measure and manage the impact that comes from the issues of carbon dioxide, methane, and the whole group of greenhouse gases. And also, one of those projects that support energy efficiency and sustainability under Department of Energy, we provide support to that. And we are in the space of testing, inspections, and so forth, ensuring that there is a movement of goods and consumers are protected as far as the environment is concerned, as far as the product is concerned.
Great. And maybe since you're talking about the issues of accreditation, the environment, the impact on carbon, etc., definitely as you do your research or as you implement those initiatives, there are opportunities that you identify in the space that SMEs can take advantage of.
Yes.
So how can small businesses leverage innovation and technology to enhance sustainability efforts? Just maybe from your own observation and research that you do as a department.
Yes. From SANA's perspective, as I said, we are the sole accreditation body in South Africa for conformity assessment space. The opportunities for the SMMEs in the main, it is environmental management system, is one of the oldest that has been existing and is not going to go anywhere in terms of the challenges that we are facing for adaptations and mitigation as far as that. But the current one, which is a new, it is an energy management system. It is not yet big in South Africa, But with the challenges of electricity and moving forward, the cost of energy with regard to electricity and diesel, the management of energy is going to become one of the key issues in the country there. And there are two parts in that. From the SANA's part is that the accreditation of those that will be certifying that management system for energy management, for biggest user and for energy efficiency. And on the second one, there is an existing regulation under Department of Environment with regard to quantification, monitoring and reporting of greenhouse gases. In that space is going to expand. For South Africa, firstly now, in terms of starting, is the quantification of organization when they're measuring their greenhouse gases that they produce. But moving forward, what is going to have an impact in terms of the product that comes in the country. I think people will be familiar when you look at electronic product, particularly laptop, there's always a sticker of green stickers that you find on those products. That is an energy certificate. So products that are going to come out of South Africa, if they don't meet that measurement, they're not going to be accepted internationally. Equally so, we also on the greenhouse for that matter. So those become key and opportunities remains there. That's the areas that can expand with regard to sustainability and ensuring that South Africa also play a key role within the management of environment and climate.
Lots of information indeed. A lot of meat in this, and obviously their stands are out there at the exhibition area. Our time is really not in our side, but I'll steal a lot of minutes from the program director. Department of Trade and Industry and Competition. Nenzan, what do you do? And then how can small businesses take advantage, when it comes to your programs? Here's your mic. You can take mine. Can I have a mic, please?
Okay, thank you, Program Director. I think one of the things is that at the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, we are mandated by the government to drive economic development and trade, right? What that means, it means we need to provide an environment that is conducive for development of businesses, one, for manufacturing, two, and make sure that whatever is manufactured, we can trade it locally and internationally. Now, we use a number of different tools and incentives and policy prescripts just to make sure that we can be able to make the soil fertile and make that environment conducive. And part of what we do there is, one, I can talk about initiatives that we have around import replacement, because it's very important to look at what production, what needs do we have in terms of production in South Africa, and then make sure that we can create or we can manufacture those in the country. And what that means, then means we can create jobs through that, one. Two is through trade and making sure that as we are making or manufacturing these products, we can standardize them into international standards that can be accepted, and then we can decrease our trade deficit. But thirdly, I want to talk about the unit that I'm in, which is innovation and technology, where we drive technological support of technological businesses, creation of new industries from these particular technologies. We also support intellectual property protection, because with knowledge we understand that you can be able to then do social development as well. But also our incentives span from manufacturing, from agro-processing, from, we support aspects around mining. We have specific sectors that we are driving through our sector master plans, and the growth of our economy is what keeps us awake at night. Thank you.
SMMEs are usually, I was moderating a workshop, and all I'm hearing is we taking waste, we go sell it, and nobody is talking about the end product production or manufacturing, which is for me a big gap. Like I made an example glass that covers a globe. That could be manufactured from waste, etc. So they're not looking at the end product, manufacturing and production. What are you as a department doing to make sure maybe that you drive that education so that they just don't focus on one side of the business?
Okay, so I think you need to appreciate that different arms of government are mandated to do different things. However, we do work in partnership with CETAs and other government departments like your small business development, where through their incubation programs or their small business development programs, they start teaching them in terms of what is it that they can do in terms of technology. Like I'm saying that if you have bright ideas of solutions that you can bring that can lead to manufacturing, then those particular segments of government will be able to drive that. But by the time you get to us, it's when you have shown, you have a proof of concept in terms of what you want to manufacture. If it's like plastics, the polymers that you are talking about, and you have products that you can innovate from that particular waste, then you become the likely partner. But I wouldn't say in terms of training per se, it's something that we are squarely responsible for there to trust other arms of government to be able to do that.
Great, collaboration indeed. All right, we don't have much time, but Tumelo, in closure, just word, advice, maybe to entrepreneurs?
Yeah, I think from what I said and from what my colleague has said from the Presidential Climate Change Commission is that the policy have been drafted, just look at those policies and opportunity to assist in the implementation and making sure that we deal with issues of adaptation. And I've articulated from our side as SANAS that we see opportunities in energy management, energy efficiency, and carbon quantification, monitoring and reporting, and then certification of those products with it. As we could have now see from the European side already, as far as the energy efficiency is concerned, product comes with that particular label, and we are not there yet. So that area, it is still area that is still to be developed and followed by the other one on the carbon.
Yeah. Ms. Lindiwe, words, closure?
So I would also just echo what my colleague has just shared. I think it's important to also, as SMMEs, realize that even though we must have big dreams, but we must also think about how do we, as SMMEs, how do we think about starting to resolve our triple bottom problems that we have, which is your inequality, your poverty, your unemployment. So it's, I think, beyond just having a great idea, how are we actually making sure that we are also becoming social and environmental impact conscious as entrepreneurs? Because we live in South Africa, and our problems are not singular facing. We have problems that are actually touching on various aspects, and so therefore I think we need to practice innovation in our thinking as entrepreneurs and as young people. How are we not just thinking about ourselves as SMMEs, but how are we thinking about resolving bigger societal issues as well?
Yeah. Innovation thinking, good. Karabo?
Thank you very much. Excuse me. I think, we all know that the background and the history of South Africa, and we know that markets are still very highly concentrated, right? And one of the problems that we're seeing is that SMMEs, when they act individually, they are unable to pose the competitive constraint that is needed to make them effective. And so the word collaboration comes in. And so ordinarily, for example, there would be certain practices or agreements under the Competition Act that would be prohibited. But in trying to support SMMEs, competition authorities have, for example, developed what we call block exemptions for SMMEs. And so what these do is encourage SMMEs to come together so that they are able to increase or build up capacity so that they can be able to compete more effectively against the larger companies. So I would, in fact, call on SMMEs to say, If we are going to go out there and make an impact, let us not do it alone. Let us come together. There are policies and regulations that are in place, and so it is really up to you to take advantage of those so that we can make a greater impact in the economy.
Great. Last words, 2 seconds.
So for me, and thank you for the opportunity, SMEs need to know that they are the engine that will drive the economy of this country. So whatever it is that they do, they must know that government is here to support them, but they are the drivers. We just need to support them. Thank you.
All right, you are here, you heard it. Go out there, execute. They've got their stands out there. Make sure that you get more information. Please put your hands together for my lovely panelists.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, Mr. Program Director, you can take. So I didn't ask questions because we're really running out of time and we're trying to squeeze the little time that we have. That's why I didn't give an opportunity for Q&A. But I believe that when you go to the stands, you'll be able to then engage with the stakeholders, with the departments, etc., to get more information. Ladies and gentlemen, the part of innovation, while we're still waiting for the program director, is very critical in your execution in your business. Let's learn to be creative. Your biggest challenge is also collaboration. You're not working with each other to gain capacity. That's why the big guys are beating you at what you do. So let's learn to collaborate, let's learn to innovate and diversify, and I think that will allow us to then win in this journey. Thank you so much, Nazib.
Thank you, Amgela. Can you please give him a round of applause? Okay, then for the next panel discussion, Sanbonan once again, my name is Nozuko Msindo. I will be doing the moderation for the next panel discussion. So we're going to be talking about international collaboration. We are going to be addressing climate change through global partnership. My panel speakers, please come through. Please, guys, give them a round of applause. Hi, Prof. And Mr. Mendy, he's getting ready. Simlinde Ngculo, once again. I'll shine it. Okay, so our discussion is really going to be short and straight to the point. As you guys heard that we are really just running out of time, and yeah, my speakers will be brief as well. So I think whilst we're waiting for Mendy, can we proceed? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, so I will start off with our prof. She's going to introduce herself and tell us what does she do and why she's here today. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I want to congratulate the organizers for putting together this rather illustrious sessions with amazing topics, and I'm sure we're celebrating Youth Month with a blast having this on the calendar. My name is Himna Sudyal. I'm the Executive Officer for the Academy of Science of South Africa. The Academy was started in May of 1996 with the former late President Nelson Mandela as the patron who puts the Academy into motion. The main purpose of the Academy is to use science in the holistic use of the term science for the benefit of society. And we have many activities. The Academy is a membership-based organization. It's a process of nomination from existing members representing the best of academics achieved at the top of their gameplay. So we look forward to seeing some of you become ASAF members at some points in your career. But Chairperson, I'm here to talk about how the Academy is integrated in the global network representing this very, very serious topic of climate change. I'm sure many of you have heard of the COP meetings. That's the Conference of Parties, and it's an activity niched within the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Now, ASAF has participated in a couple of these COP meetings in partnership with other academies, like, for example, the German Academy, Leopoldina, and the aggregation of global academies under the banner of the Inter-Academy Partnership. So what we try to do with these is to bring the focus of attention on issues related to climate change under the topics for which the COP meetings are put into place. So it's very important for you to understand the place of the COP meetings. It takes place annually, and one very important outcome of the COP21 meeting was the Paris Agreement, and 196 countries signed to support the Paris Agreement on climate change. So a lot of the international framework for climate change issues are niched within that framework. Then we have the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, or the IPCC. Many of our members play an integral part in that, and not just ASAF members, but many other South Africans who have a say in this topic are also part and parcel of this global network. ASAF is also a member of the Network of African Academies, or NASAC. There are about 28 academies on the African continent. So NASAC is what I call our mothership. And through them and other academies on the African continent, we also participate on issues related to climate change, energy, and many, many other topics of relevance, as we've heard here before. Now, South Africa, as you know, is part of the BRICS countries, and last year the Academy hosted the BRICS Academies meeting up in Pretoria, and we had representatives from India, from China, and Russia. And one of the topics we discussed was, in fact, polycrisis, which is the attention of global challenges, but looking at it in an intercalated way. And climate change and energy, Chairperson, was also on that topic. This year, Brazil is hosting the G20 presidency, and of course then the Science 20, and they have on their calendar a topic that we are currently discussing on energy transition process and renewable energies, social and economic related issues. The previous year, India hosted the Science 20 meeting, and they had a topic for discussion on clean energy and greener future. Colleagues, next year South Africa gets the baton to host the G20 presidency, and we as the Academy of Science of South Africa will host the Science 20 meetings. So I've just given you a very quick rundown of how we integrate our activities with global partners to bring to the fore the way in which we can utilize science in the service of society and addressing global challenges. As an academy, our prize is to produce what we call consensus studies, where we invite the most present scholars in the field to come and work on issues. And in fact, in 2017, we produced a consensus study called The State of Climate Change, based on science and technology in South Africa. And this was followed with a report 2 years later on the same topic. So Chair, this is just a very quick snippet of who we are and what we do with respect to the topic. We obviously do many, many other things, and I urge every one of you to at least visit our website and follow some of the activities we do as an academy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Prof. And I do believe that should they have any questions, of which I do believe they do, they must come and worry you, Prof. Up next, we have Mr. Nkambule Sithole, who's from Transnet. Did you guys hear that? He's from Transnet, okay? So he's the senior specialist, and Mr. Sithole, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Program Director, and greetings to all in attendance. And I also thank the organizers for organizing such a good program for the youth, our future. I'm Kumbulo Stole, and the senior specialist in Transnet Corporate Center within the department called Corporate Sustainability. I'm sure many of you are aware of Transnet. We operate the railway network of the country, about 31,000 kilometers. We also operate all the 8 commercial ports in South Africa. We also move petroleum products in our pipeline from the coastal to the inland, about 3,000 kilometers of pipeline. We also do rolling stock manufacturing with our, what we call engineering, Transnet engineering. We also own properties, a property portfolio which include even retail malls and so on. So we have a very big footprint in South Africa, and like everybody else, we are not exempted when it comes to the issues of climate change. So I think the professor has mentioned most of the global partnerships which are also applicable to us, but also in addition, because then there's local partnerships as well, which are happening in terms of climate change, like talking to the municipalities, the provincial governments, even national departments in terms of the South African targets and what is the role of Transnet to assist the government in terms of decarbonization and also adaptation. Also, then when it comes to climate change, there are more issues which are concerning mainly which are related to funding. And that's when your development finance institutions or your banks, both local and abroad, comes in, and there are various programs which are offered, for an example, JETP. Also, there's Global Gateway Initiative, which are assisting in terms of funding the initiatives which are related to climate change, both in terms of loans and in some instances, grants. So in terms of the opportunities which are brought by the transition to low carbon, currently Transnet has committed to 2040 net zero, which means to decarbonize our operations by 2040. So we are rolling out projects such as renewable energies. Recently, our Port Authority announced the appointment of a firm which is going to construct a 20 megawatt plant in the Port of Richards Bay, which is part of a 100 megawatt program that is going to be rolled out throughout our ports. And also our pipelines are rolling out their renewable programs, as well as TFR, which is our railway network. So there's a lot of opportunities in that space, and also in terms of even coming with an initiative to reduce our energy usage, because we consume also a lot of energy, which is from Eskom, the grid, and also from fuel suppliers. So from there, we want to reduce our carbon footprint from those activities. Yeah, I think, Program Director, I'll stop here for now. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sithole. Please, if you want to talk further with Mr. Sithole, you are most welcome to speak to him. Now, moving right along to our last panel speaker, which is Mr. Menzi Dlamini, who is from the Trade and Investment KZN. He is an executive manager. Mr. Dlamini, the stage is yours.
Is it audible? Sanbon, igama uMenzi Dlamini. I work for Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal It is an agency that is fully owned by the Department of Environmental Affairs, Economic Development and Environmental Affairs in KwaZulu-Natal. So what we do, the primary purpose of our organization, it is to promote investment into the province as well as promote exports out of the province. Briefly on things that we do primarily, we do research. So our research focus, in line with the topic for today, has moved towards greening of the economy of KwaZulu-Natal, which means new projects that we facilitate have to take cognizance of the fact that going forward, the production has to be lowering of emissions. And as such, part of the people that we deal with are embassies from the countries that we trade with, be it in the EU, the Asian countries, and so on and so forth. Part of what they are now requiring in part of our export promotion job or work that we do with them is entities who are producing green goods. What does that mean? It means that in the factories, let's say, for example, you are exporting lights or bulbs. It has to be produced in a factory that uses eco-friendly or minimal products in producing those goods. So with that, we have done a couple of studies which could be of interest to you guys. One of them is a sector study in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So it looks at the trends, where we are and where the opportunities are. The most important part is where the opportunities are. Also, we've done studies on e-waste, looking at what, as a province, we are producing as waste and where it could be lowered. And then subsequent to that, there is always opportunities wherever there is a study that we produce. We then outline the opportunities that are there for entrepreneurs to sort of take advantage thereof. We also work with partners or investors. For example, there is a tentative project that is looking at the solar energy park, one of the first in the province, which is tentatively earmarked for Indaba, which is Ashburton side of Maritzburg. I think briefly, program director or facilitator, that's what we do as an organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you please give a round of applause for all our panel speakers? And just in closure, I'd like to open up I know this wasn't prepared, Prof. Do you have any for us? Just in closure.
Yes, now thank you very much. The thing I would like to say is that as an academy, we are very privileged to have a young academy, the South African Young Academy of Science. They are present in the audience and they will be holding a session after lunch. And we also have a stand where we are putting forward one of our products, which is the Quest magazine. I'm sure some of you have seen it while you've been a scholar. But in the magazine, which is targeted for senior scholars, we also address topics of relevance like energy, climate change, careers, etc. So please go and visit the stand and take a copy of the magazine. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so, so much. Can you please also give one final round of applause for all our panel speakers? Thank you so much for this beautiful discussion. Thanks a lot. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon our program director, Mr. Sibusiso. Cala nimshayele izandla as well.
Did you see you even stuck to the time?
Yes, I did.
Thank you so much. Please, let's put our hands together for the moderator, Nozugo. Incredible at what you do. Thank you so much, Nozugo. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now heading to lunch. It's been a long morning, right? Dalan hleli ne? Inyawo, madolo. We're now going to head to lunch. But before you go to lunch, please listen. I have a few important announcements to make. By show of hands, those of you who enjoyed the first session, what has been so far, please can I see you learning, you taking something away? Angin bon lape mo valo. Hey. All right, let's give a big, big round of applause as well to our panelists, to our moderators, those who have come here to share with you this information. Siyabonga kakhulu, it's information that will take you to the next level. Announcement number 1. Please listen. There are people who lost their belongings. Amabheke, I think it's phones, because when they left, I said, Angit, do not leave your belongings on the table. So right now, as you're about to leave and go for lunch, please make sure that you take all your belongings. Ibheke, even your notepad. Don't leave your notepad there hoping that mawubuya uzoyithola lapho. Please make sure that you take your belongings with you. Right? And I've got another announcement just to make quickly. Teamwork makes the dream work. Please can we give a round of applause for EWCTA, Competition Commission, Polico, DSII, and Umgeni, who have been with us for a very long time and have been supporting the Green Youth Indaba, Green Youth Network, Siyabonga kakhulu. Come on, I think we can do better. One more time before we go to lunch, as loud as we can. It's teamwork that makes the dream work, Siyabonga kakhulu. They have invested in this. So when you go to lunch, one last time, whoa. Askis, I'm holding you to lunch, but this is important. Because someone's going to come to me afterwards and say, Spoo. Then I'm going to be like, but I told you. One last announcement. Yokugcina last. When we come back, please can you give me the time? What's the time now? 1:45. So that is 13:45. We're going to break for lunch. And then when we come back at 2:30, yeah, that gives us 45 minutes, ne? 2:30. There's going to be 2 breakaway sessions. In this room, please listen. Session number 1, ngapha, in this room. The focus will be empowering youth through STEM education, bridging gaps and fostering innovation in green technology and environmental conservation. So if that is something that you are interested in, that's what you want to find out more information about, you come to room number 1. Session 1, ngapha. Then there's session 2, which is on my right-hand side, Coast of Dreams. There, waste reduction, circular economy, you want more information, more opportunities in circular economy, waste reduction, you go to session number 2 on my right-hand side. Are we together? So 2:30, session number 1, yaqala ngapha. Session number 2 will start that side. See you at 2:30. Enjoy your lunch and network. Thank you.
for the South African context is to include a socio-economic goal that addresses job creation, because it will be more likely to succeed then. How to prioritize green technologies. Imagine you as a country leader and you're sitting introducing policy. How do you know which green technologies to invest in? There are a variety of ways of thinking about this. I don't think this is something that's relevant for innovators, but I'll just give you a couple of examples. For example, if we look at the greenhouse gas inventory for a country, in other words, how many greenhouse gases per sector does the country emit? The prime contributor is the energy sector. So we know immediately that the energy sector is sitting there as a prime point of intervention to make a difference. There are other ways. If we look, for example, at technology readiness, which is the fourth one on the list, this adds a further dimension because the technology needs to be ready to be introduced. So if you look at the renewable energy technologies, wind and solar, we find that wind is more mature. It's got a technology readiness level of 9. Solar thermal, 6 to 8. Solar PV is sitting somewhere behind. Looking at job creation potential, the natural resource management sector emerges as the sector with the most potential. That's managing land use, planting forests, and so on. But we always caution against thinking only about employment because it needs to be broader than that. All right, so I'm going to give 2 examples of sectors where green technologies can really make a difference. The first is the energy sector, and this is information that is drawn from the State of Green Technologies in South Africa report that was produced by ASAF. So in this section, the focus areas that are going to make the biggest difference are energy efficient technologies, renewable energy, plus technologies aimed at reducing the environmental impacts of coal, so clean coal technologies. And this is because I think we need to recognize that South Africa is going to rely on coal for many years to come. So let's make sure that we clean up that coal. The priority areas for South Africa from a renewable energy perspective are solar, wind, and bioenergy resources. Hydropower has limited potential because of the small number of rivers that are suitable for hydroelectricity schemes and because of the water restrictions in the country. South Africa has amongst the best solar energy resources in the world. Abundant sunshine, low precipitation, and vast tracts of unused flat land. So it absolutely makes sense to invest in solar energy. And I think there's been a huge impetus in this in fairly recent years. Wind farms offer the largest immediate potential for input into the national electricity grid and for alleviating South Africa's supply shortage. The technology is mature, it's mainstreamed globally, and I think we've also seen some major shifts in that in recent years, certainly since this report was written. In terms of water, one of the biggest challenges we face is the provision of potable water to all the people in South Africa. And so here are some examples of where we could go. I'm just looking at the timer. It's giving me 1 minute to go, but I think I've got time. Okay. So, all right. So just some examples, and certainly any initiatives to look at the provision of potable water provision would make a huge difference. Okay, let me say a few words about how South Africa fares in terms of a number of global indicators. So since we're dealing with innovation, and I assume that many of you are interested in innovation and perhaps are already innovators yourselves, let's just look at how we fare. So I've chosen to take the Global Innovation Index, the GII. It's an index that reflects the ability of a country to innovate. It's compiled on an annual basis by the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. And what we find is that countries that generally lack internal structures or innovation output have got lower scores. So it's an average of a country's innovation input. In other words, what a country invests into making sure that innovation happens, and the output, the production of patents and so on. In total, it measures 81 parameters, so it's a very comprehensive index. And if we look at some of the things that are measured in terms of input, they look at institutions to see the structure and how they're contributing. It looks at the infrastructure, the business sophistication, the market sophistication, human capital and research, and then in terms of outputs, we're looking at creative outputs and knowledge and technology outputs. So remember, the index is an average of the input and the output. So how does South Africa fare? Well, in 2023, we were ranked 59th out of 132 countries in the world that were investigated. We had a score of 29.8. The top country in the world was Switzerland, followed by the United States, Sweden, and United Kingdom. So we're falling quite a way behind that, about sort of halfway. In sub-Saharan Africa, we find that Mauritius is ranked top at 57th, but also about halfway. South Africa then at 59th. Botswana is coming in at 85th. But I think the interesting thing about South Africa's measures on this index is that our input rank is 71 and our output rank is 57. So we're falling short on our input rank. I've chosen to take just two of the measures and look at them in a little bit more detail. And the first one is institutions. And let's just see how our scores on this criterion have affected our overall score. The circles that are on the right-hand side, if they're an open circle, it indicates that we didn't do too well. If it's a solid circle, it means it's good, we're doing well. So if we look at the institutional environment, on the criterion operational stability for businesses, we're scoring 96, not good, way over the halfway mark. If we're looking at the business environment, in total, we're scoring 113, a very bad score. Policies for doing business, 100. Entrepreneurship policies and culture, 77. And in case you're wondering why the 100 plus 77 doesn't make 113, there were other criteria that I've eliminated. Okay, so not faring too well in terms of the institutions. If we look at human capital and research, looking at education, our expenditure on education as a percentage of GDP, we're ranked 11th in the world. I think this is something we've always known. South Africa invests a huge amount into education, percent as GDP, so it's a very positive point. Government funding per pupil at the secondary level, again, percent GDP, we're scoring 20th, very positive. But the pupil-teacher ratio at secondary school, not looking good, 115th. Tertiary education, again, not looking good, scoring 102. If we're looking at the graduates in science and engineering, Again, this is something that people have always been concerned about, and there's been so much effort to try and improve this. Also, not looking very strong. In terms of research and development, I think where we're falling short is that the global corporate R&D investors are not scoring well. The private sector is not investing in research to the extent that it should be. Then I've taken some other indicators that are from the National Advisory Council on Innovation annual STI report. This is their 2023 report, where they look at the number of graduates over a period of time from 2010 to 2021. And we all know that there's been a goal, a national goal, of increasing the numbers of graduates in science, engineering, and technology. It's in multiple policy documents since 1994. But despite the various initiatives that government has tried to introduce, the figures are not increasing to the extent that they should. They've remained virtually unchanged over the past 12 years. Something that is problematic and is probably driving those stats that we saw in the previous slide, if we look at the performance of learners in mathematics, and we'll do science as well, and we're doing it here by province, we see that if we look in the very last column, the percentage who achieved 50% or more, where 50% is a pass mark that I'm used to, we see that the results are really bad in the Eastern Cape and Limpopo. 2022, only 16% of learners got more than 50% in mathematics. Physical science by province is also problematic. Looking at the last column, again, the Eastern Cape was the lowest. 2022, approximately 25% of students achieved a pass mark. So clearly the secondary school environment is something that needs to be addressed if we're going to increase the number of SET students in the tertiary sector. Just a word about the gender gap. This is a report that came across my desk as I was preparing this presentation, so I thought, let me share it with you. It's put out by the Elsevier Foundation. Elsevier, as you know, is a big publisher, and the Elsevier Foundation always focuses on women in research, and they've just recently published a report that says that in 2022, the number of active researchers globally of women has reached 41%. So it's up from the 36% that it was previously. Women are particularly strong in multidisciplinary fields, but where they do fall down is that the number of patent applications is still mainly done by teams of men. So if you want to get this report, you can get it off the internet from the Elsevier Foundation. So the take-home message, if we want to solve the critical social, societal challenges, we need to ensure that we involve all sectors of the population so that they can contribute. Just a final word, I'm coming towards the end. I thought I would end on a positive note. I heard from some of the presentations earlier of opportunities that young innovators could look to and get more information on. I thought I would say something about an open innovation platform of the World Economic Forum, because you might not have come across that, and because it's open to all. You don't need to have any money, you don't need to belong to any organization. You can go online, the link is there, and you can apply. So it's the World Economic Forum, which, as you know, is a forum that meets annually in Davos in Switzerland, have introduced an open innovation platform, which is called Uplink. It was co-designed and developed by two founding partners, Salesforce and Deloitte, which you'll know is the accounting company that's present in South Africa as well. And its goal is to meet the climate goals and to support early stage entrepreneurs. So if we're going to hit net zero in terms of our greenhouse gas emissions, we know that more than 50% of the technology that needs to be part of that transition has not yet been created. There is room for everyone. So innovative technologies are what the world is looking for, green tech. But innovators need venture capital. It's very difficult to do this all on your own, on your back doorstep or in your garage. So what Uplink does is it brings together the innovators, the partners, and most important, the investors. And it supports young entrepreneurs. So what it's doing is creating an ecosystem to help young entrepreneurs and innovators, to help them grow from the startup phase so they can get over that dreadful, dreadful gap that one often finds and take their projects and ideas to scale. And how are these entrepreneurs selected? Well, they're selected through a process of innovation challenges. Uplink issues global calls for innovative solutions to global pressing problems, which are all informed by the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. So if you go onto their website, you'll see a whole host of challenges, and then they have a selection process and identify the top innovators. So currently, I just took out 2 examples of the innovation challenges that are on their website. The first is the Regenerative Blue Economy Challenge. So this is a call for solutions to reduce marine pollution and promote ecosystem protection, restoration, and rewilding, whatever that might be. Winners will benefit from exclusive networking opportunities, targeted support, visibility, and the chance to share in this wonderful prize. And I was looking at some of the ideas that have come up in previous similar challenges, and it's as simple as gathering the plastic that's floating on the surface of your harbor. Tackling the water pollution challenge, the 5-year Aquapreneur Innovation Initiative aims to find innovative solutions to conserve and restore freshwater system. It's the 3rd of 5 innovation challenges focusing on tackling water pollution and water quality. So I leave those thoughts with you. Remember the website, and I wish you well, and I'm sure that many of the panelists are going to speak to other opportunities that may exist for you as young entrepreneurs and young innovators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Diab, for those thought-provoking address. And I think now it's time for some reflections and respondent remarks from our panelists. So panelists, I will be giving you 5 minutes each. And during this time, if you could please share your thoughts on any area of the presentation that you feel you would like to highlight, or you could also share with us what your organization's journey is in terms of the green technology and innovation. So I'm going to first hand over to Prof. Motaung.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I know you guys have been having lunch. You are tired. Thank you so much, Asa, for inviting me. As you have already introduced, my name is Cultivating. I'm going to share with you how global health biotech embrace green economy or green technology and innovation. And I was expecting to see our learners, which I can call them my children, to be here. I don't know, they have just disappeared. I have prepared my response and my talk in a manner that it becomes a layman's, so that it doesn't become too technical, so that it's easy for them to be able to understand and to see when they walking in the street, they see me, they said, oh, by the way, this is the professor who talked about 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, what we did in our company, Prof mentioned Sustainable Development Goal. And I want to tell you, we were looking at Sustainable Development Goal number 3, number 4, number 8 and number 9. Global Health Biotech is a company from my R&D, and you did mention that private sector don't fund R&D, and which we all know about it. But what I didn't wait for private sector to come and fund R&D. I decided to spin out my research to commercialize it or to move to market. You did spoke about graduates that at the end of the day, they don't have jobs. At my company, I decided to make sure that I train my PhD student not only to have a degree, but to be entrepreneur. Why I'm saying so is because my partners in my company, it's not about me. I do have those, by then, they were students, PhD, they've got shares in the company. That is why I can come here, ICC, to come and address you guys, because they are there. If they mess up that, they mess up their future. That's how it is. Now, what we really do in terms of promoting a green economy, because everybody always says so, I always like to start about the definition, is the use of scientific and technological innovation to reduce humanity environment. And it's about the human. And that's what is important. It's not about ourselves, it's what we're doing. Now, what we're using medicinal plants, and everybody knows medicinal plants. We grew up taking those medicinal plants. They are the great example of green technology. For those who don't know, if you're using medicinal plants in your R&D, you are also contributing or embracing green technology. It's not only about energy, about water, about all the things that we mentioned. Now, just to give you an example, here are ways where plants embody green economy. Renewable, as an example, renewable sources. If you look at medicinal plants, are renewable sources, unlike the synthetic pharmaceutical, which often rely on renewable sources. You could see that medicinal plants, they are already playing the most important. In terms of cultivating, the low environmental impact, cultivating medicinal plants require minimal use of chemicals, water, and energy, which is reducing the carbon footprint of healthcare. So you could see that we are also playing the most important role in terms of the green technology. Sustainable agriculture. Medicinal plants cultivation promotes sustainable agriculture practices, supporting the biodiversity and ecosystem. What is also important, because they are natural, everybody wants to use natural product. They are also biodegradable. Now, one talk about, you mentioned, Prof, about the job creation. You also mentioned, talk about the innovative challenge. What we are doing, I'm based at the Innovation Hub, by the way, in Pretoria. I'm always involved with the youth in terms of training them, especially using my technique, which I usually call it tissue engineering of bone and cartilage, using medicinal plants. It doesn't mean anything. It means creating human spare parts using medicinal plants. Have you ever thought that I could create your ear, your eye, your bone, your cartilage using medicinal plants? Have you ever thought about that? Now, you can now know. That's what I say when you see me work in the street. You said, this is the professor who can create human spare parts using medicinal plants. So I'm just giving it to you so that you understand that these kind of things, they are there. In terms of the community, what we do, because we got our plants from vendor, we are training vendor communities in terms of all the activities, and we have also adopted a school, co-vendor, Global Health, adopted the school for sports, because I manufacture anti-inflammatory ointment for sports from medicinal plants. So that is the contribution that I'm also doing to the community. Let me pause there. I can go on. You give a prof a mic, you must know how to take it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I'm going to now kindly ask Dr. Rubuluza to share his reflections with us.
Thank you so very much. I'm very honored to be amongst the professors. Probably I'm the only one in the panelists who is not a professor. And I'm here representing the Technology Innovation Agency. which is a government agency funded by the Department of Science and Innovation. Its main aim really is to uplift the standard of living of all South Africans using technology innovation as a facilitation tool. And we mainly fund projects that are at seed funding, technology development, and we have recently approved funding projects that are at the commercial stage. Now, I was briefed that I'll be dealing with the youth, and I think my focus will mainly be things that will assist you as the youth in trying to improve the lives of South Africans. Now, at here we have different funding instruments. The one that might be relevant to you is called seed funding, which is mainly funding that is given to the tertiary institutions. If you are a university student and you are conducting research, part of that is a contribution from the Technology Innovation Agency. But we have realized that institutions of higher learning, I think Prof next to me spoke about creating spare parts for all of us, using medicinal ways in organic medicine, which is good. And we are trying to move away from research for the sake of publications, as we know that institutions of higher learning, they check how many publications you have made, how many postgrads, PhDs or masters. But now we are faced with real issues as communities. How do these universities change the lives of people? And for that to happen, we need to translate that research into products, into services. And therefore, what we do is to assist what we have proven in the labs through seed funding into something that is tangible, that can benefit the community. But of course, you as the person who might have invented, innovated, you must get the benefit of that. And how you share the benefit with your institution really is not something that we focus on. But most people do have spin-off companies that are attached to the TTOs, which are your technology transfer offices in different institutions. So there is a shift also in institutions to add innovation and entrepreneurship as part of the outcomes of institutions of higher learning. I think you have heard from two professors already that as a country we are faced with the issue of lack of jobs. So you don't have really to be employed. If you are a researcher, you can extract the information that you have worked on, try to make it a product or a service that can sustain your life and you can employ other people. Now coming to KZN, the Technology Innovation Agency has supported Smart Exchange, which is not very far from where we are. I think it's a block away. And there is one that is Infotech, which is at DUT. But besides people who are attached to universities, most of the youth is not in universities, and there is fund that is available also under seed funding to develop their ideas. But recently we have, in the past 3 years or so, a grassroots innovation program, which funds to the maximum of 200,000 per project, and 60,000 out of that is meant to be a stipend because it needs to assist you to make calls, travel, and do all those things that will probably make you achieve your intended goals of the project. Now, what they focus on is technical prototype development, compliance. Some of the products that you might have will require you to fulfill some regulatory frameworks that are coming from government. And for you to do that, you need funding. And that is funding comes or is attached to the grassroots innovation. The GIP network, we travel a lot. We know that for you to have a successful business, you really must be attached to relevant bodies. And business is not only about having a product that you can sell in the market, it's also about sustaining that business. To sustain that business, you must really have proper networks where you have challenges, they are able to assist you. I will be available if you need more additional information. I'm sure my 5 minutes is up. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, Prof. Basitere.
No, thank you very much. I'll just first give maybe my highlights of the prof presentation. One of the things that came close to my heart that is worrying that we have almost like 30% of the country taking courses in mathematics and physics, and of those that are taking the mathematics and physics, they are battling to even pass at a 50%. And that for me, I find it worrying, because now that means that we won't have a future of young people who can be innovative, because we lack the mathematics. Even if we were doing it, we are not able to get 50%. For me, that was probably the highlight on that part. The other part, which was also for me as a researcher, which I find it maybe also troubling, was the issue of lack of funding or investment on research. Because without the funding for research, we cannot be able to be innovative, especially for us who might be doing research at university. So I will then talk about what I do in the green space. My focus in the green space has been on treatment of industrial wastewater. For the past 7 years, I focus on treating poultry slaughterhouse wastewater. Probably we know we all love chicken, but do you ever wonder how much amount of water that is used at least for one bed for the chicken that you normally get at ShopRite? Almost 20 to 25 liters of water is used, potable water is used. And at the end, that water becomes like waste because it contains the fats, the blood, everything that is normally will go to the municipality. So it is important that we have people who try by all means to come out with innovative ways, to come out with technology, to treat those wastewater to a point that we can either, number one, we can meet the municipal discharge standard. Number two, we can find other ways of treating that wastewater that we can able to reuse it for the other purpose. It can be for agricultural purposes rather than wasting the water. As you know, that water is a resource that most of us, we are battling to even get potable water in some villages we stay in. So it's important to conserve. So we need young people to be able to be in those spaces, to be able to take innovative side, to come up with solutions, to be able to resolve the issues of water. So for me, I focus mainly on the students that are in engineering, mainly chemical engineering, and then students who are in civil engineering. We train them from at least from either they can be technician, they can be technologists, they can be engineers. Some of them end up taking their postgraduate at a master's and PhD level to end up finding ways to resolve those challenges. And I'm hoping that in the future, I will follow Mama to be able to make those products and have a business company that can also resolve those challenges for society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those reflections. And I think now it's time to turn it over to the audience. If there are any questions you would like to ask any of the panelists or the keynote speaker, you may now go ahead. Questions from the floor? We have a question. Can we have a mic, please?
Igama lami ngutholakele waKaMagubane. I'd like to speak isiZulu because I'm not good at speaking English. Mina ngicela ukubuza nginizwile nonke nikhuluma nge-youth, but angizange ngize nizwe nikhuluma ukuthi what about disability people? What about us who are older? I know this event is for youth, but I'm not a youth, then I'm here. And us, mama, si collector can, we collecting everything, but we are not benefiting anything. So could you please also consider us as mama? At least those big companies choose to give us something, because what we're getting there when we collect, we don't get anything. Thank you.
Panelists, would any of you like to answer?
What are they collecting? Sorry, ma'am. What are you guys collecting?
Si collector can lawa adayiswayo, siphinde si collecte o2 liter laba abe plastic abanjengabo Coke namabhodlela.
For recycling, but you don't do recycling. You collect it to someone else to do it for you.
Unfortunately, we have to do that because we don't have a place and where we can keep everything. So we collecting for someone. But if we have a place for our own, we should do it for ourselves.
I'm going to give Tia on the spot because they can help with the seed funding for the.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really cannot commit Tia to assist you, but I think what will be important is for us to have a chat. Mangikhulume ngesiZulu kanye ngesiXhosa ndingumXhosa so nizoqhuba. So I think kufuneka sikhulume ngoba wena kwi value chain ye waste management useqaleni labantu abaqoqa ukungcola. Kanti imali eningi ayikho lapho. Ikulabantu abasebenza ezimbonini ezisebenzisa lama cans. Yindaba nina ningabantu abakolekayo ninga approach nihlangane nithi singabantu abakolekayo sifuna lama cans esiwaqokolelayo ibe yithina abantu abazowa process bese kuthi kumakhona okuphumayo nibe kukwena ukudayisayo yiko ke kuzokwenza ukuthi imali yenu ithanda ukuphakama futhi anizuyinikeza omunye umuntu ngoba inkampani izobiye yenu. So izokwazi ukusebenzela nina nilo group yabomama abazichuzene. Now coming to the issue of ukuthi une disability. Every government department is aware that we should prioritize abantu nema disabilities. But most importantly ngoba nina nibomama futhi. So zimbili izinto ezinsebenzela kahle. Ukuthi nibomame kube khona nabantu disabled. So there is a high chance ukuthi nayiphi i-government department enizonilalela manikhuluma ngenhloso zenu bazokwazi ukuthi kukhona lana enizosizeka. But baningi abantu abangase bavele bathola imisebenzi abafana nani nokwabangayanga kahle esikoleni or banama disabilities. Njengoba bengishilo ngesikhathi ngikhuluma ngathi kukhona le grassroots innovation program yenzelwe abantu abangekho ema-university nakuma science councils abasemakhaya kodwa bebonile ukuthi khona isidingo sokuthi basolve problems zendawo abakuzona. Wena funeke wazi ukuthi yini le fanele ukuthi niyenze ukwazi ukubabekela kahle. Mina ngizokuhlanganisa nabo ke labo bantu kube kunina ukuthi nizokhuluma kanjani. Ngiyabonga.
Any question? Okay, go ahead.
Hello, this is another question directed to the representative from TIA and the Grassroots Innovation Program. I wanted to ask, how long will this grassroots program last? Like it'll last for about 5 years or about 2 years? Because there are people who really want to participate but don't have the funds and means to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the grassroots innovation program is relatively new. Like I indicated, plus minus 3 years also in existence. And remember that its funding is incremental. Kuyaxhomekeka ukuthi isidingo singakanani. Masikhona isidingo, uhulumeni lo osinikeza imali afanele ukuthi amane ayongeza on a yearly basis ukuthi kwazeke ukuthi kusizeke abantu abaningi. Ayizubani ayinasikhathi esibekela ukuthi izophela nini. Iprogram ekhona ze kuphela isidingo zabantu zokuthi bayidinge imali efana nale associated nale fund. If ungakuye, I'm sure when unayo access kuma websites, uye nje ujonge kuthi ujonga ama programs asupportwa ile grass innovation program. Awuwona ama support ama programs ama technologies are advanced lana owathola ezikolweni eziphezulu like ama UVs. Yizinto ezidalwe ukuthi kusize kumphakathi kulondawo abakuwona, at the same time bakwazi ukuthola income out of that process. Ngiyabonga. Okay, thanks, Prof. Prof just reminded me that I think next week there is an open call that is going to be out for TIA, that's across the board. That involves the green part of the program where people here can access those, but there are requirements for you to be part of that because you must attend the briefing sessions where they give you the details of who's eligible to be part of that fund if you make an application. So please go through the TIA website, look through what is relevant for you, make that application before the deadline briefing sessions. So your issues will be considered. But it does not mean that because you missed the call, you won't be eligible to be funded. But the call is one way for you to have a leg inside TIA. Whether if you don't get the money during this phase, you can always interact with them to find out what were the issues that led you not to get the money, and you address those in the long run, you might have that approved. So please go through the website of TIA, look through the call that will be out, and then follow the instructions there. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anani. I have a question that's related to research. I think everyone knows now, everyone is encouraged to be innovative and come up with solutions to the problems that we face in our communities. But then everywhere we go, like in the places where they give us funding and they train us, they always tell us, if you want to create a solution to a problem, it must be backed up by research. And I'm only just a second-year student, and I can't wait to get to the level where I do a PhD, because it's going to take me some years to get there. I want to do my research now so that I can see that the solution that I'm trying to create does solve a valid problem that does exist. I want to know what are the solutions that are already there in place, and how does my solution compare to those solutions that are out there. So where does one go to get that research so that when I go to the institutions that are going to provide me with funding and train me to be an entrepreneur, I have something to give them?
Thank you. You took. Can I take it? Thank you so much for that, and I'm glad that we've got Asaf here, and I'm going to put them on the spot as well, because this morning I was just talking to, I forgot the ladies there. She's standing there from Asaf. Yes, we were speaking about the same thing, that it's about time that when we talk about STEM, we don't forget the social scientists. We need to bring them the humanities. What my company is doing is a pity that you are based here, but they can see how they can assist us to do this kind of a workshop. I do a design thinking program. That's what I've just introduced. And it's not for the postgraduate students, it's actually from the high school or school students, where they start with the idea, the problem that they want to solve, who are they solving this problem to? So you don't do a research that at the end of the day, you publish an article. Of course, it's good for the publication. And even the TIA, they've also got that funding where they will say, if you have done the research up to technology readiness level 3, come to us so that we can assist you to take that technology to commercialize it or to launch it or to the company. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say, I'm putting them on the spot, I guess, Dr. Tebogo and the team from ASAF and DSI and DTIC, all those people that I can put them on the spot, that perhaps they have to start running all these workshops, and then not a workshop, a program, so that you become on the program. And I take you into a program, I take you a program for 6 months, and after the 6 months, you graduate with a prototype. A prototype is to show that by the time you are second year, what are you studying, if I may ask?
I'm a town planning student at DUT.
Exactly. By the time you can see that Durban is always flooded, and we've got all these ideas from you guys that can assist Durban so that you don't have these floods. Okay, all these ideas, they are sitting there. But it's just to show you how to teach you from the idea phase so that we take you through the whole process of design thinking. At the end of the day, you build a prototype. Now, by the time you graduate, imagine you graduate with your degree and with your startup company. How nice it is. I can do that. My company is offering those kind of programs.
Thank you, Prof. And I think we'd be here all evening, but we can take one very last question.
Hi, everyone. My question is directed to Prof, who's in biotech. So, at home, my mom is doing like a medicinal herb, which helps with diabetic people, cancer, and so on. It's, yeah, BP, high blood pressure. So my question is, since she wants to do it like professionally, because it's a risk doing it back at home, and we're testing it on other people, but they've agreed and they know that it's not tested by labs or some sort. So I wanted to ask if she wanted to do it like professionally, turn it into a professional business, because that's what she wants to do. And it has helped like 20 people, especially with cancer. So how can she go about doing that?
Okay. Thank you so much for that. What we usually do when we work with the traditional healer and herbalists, I'm going to call them the traditional healer, because even my company, one of my business partner is a traditional healer, because we learn a lot from them. So what I usually do, I take that concoction, I call it concoction, cocktail mix, because it's like they mix, and say, drink every day, you will see. You know, I know what you're talking about. What we do, I take them to the lab, starting from the materials, that's what I was talking about, green technology with the medicinal plants, taking it to the lab and start analyzing it. If the mother says it tests cancer, I will use cancer cell lines. I will use we've got the so-called cancer cell lines or different cell lines. Then I take mama product and I start doing a different kind of methods, extracting. But what I usually do, I try to keep water extraction, because in most cases they use water, they don't use ethanol, methanol. Then I will start doing the different concentration, and then I will start testing it in the different cancer cells and to see that it's working. There are markers that we usually use to test them when we do ELISA. Now, when we're happy with the cell culture, the in vitro, now we have to take it to the animal so that we can do a proper claim. To the animal, what we do, poor rats and mouse, rabbit, we inject them with a solution that they must have cancer. And then this poor mice now, they've got cancer because Professor Mutong wants to test the medicine. So we take those medications, then we start giving it to them. After that, we kill them again, these poor rats. And we start checking the lungs, their organs to see whether there was no toxic effect in all these kind of things. Then from there, if we're happy, we do the so-called clinical trial. The so-called clinical trial is now, we test mama anecdotal studies where mama says, drink this concoction and you'll be fine. Now we want to prove to mama that the concoction that you have given it to me via the anecdotal studies is working. But I can give you my details, we can talk a lot about that. Then when we're happy we have found this, now we go to Tia, you see? We say to Tia, now we've managed to get this, now can you give us more money now to expand it? You see how it works through the cycle? Thank you. Tia, I'm putting you on the spot today.
But just as an addition to what Prof has said, that is mainly when you want to take your product to the mainstream. For an example, if you intend to take your product for commercial purposes and it must be registered, and therefore there is some that has to put it a label that is safe to use. But on the other hand, if you are into the indigenous knowledge system arena, there is another possibility that you can utilize that is not that strenuous when it comes to putting your product into the market. For an example, if you check toxicity, you check the effectiveness, efficiencies of the product, and if you tick those boxes, you can sell it as a supplementary medication, not in the mainstream. That can take a very short span of time, and it is not costing a lot of money in trying to put it into the market. Now, if you go to places like your mainstream pharmacies, your Discams and Clicks and so forth, you'll find that there are now places where you can see complementary medicine. And those ones are the ones that they cannot vouch whether this thing is working because it has not been medically tested. But safely wise, they know safety that if you consume it, it might not be dangerous to you. So efficiency wise, there are minor tests that are done. So when you speak to Prof, look at which option will suit you in the long run. And then whether you want to take the route of a complementary medicine or you really want it to be registered. But in the turnaround time when you want to follow the registration as a medicine, it's a plus minus 10 to 20 years. It's a long time because there should be, as Prof was saying, you start with rats and a minimum amount goes to humans after a while. And once you start to test on humans, it's a strenuous process to follow and you have to have repetitions. And it might take a while for you to get it to the market. So when you speak with Prof, have that in the back of your mind. Which one will work more for Ugogo? Uguti na yabona ukuthi what she has produced is assisting people at the shortest possible time. But remember that it's not only about assisting people, it's about financial returns. Is it possible to do both? And which one will suit her best if she chooses both? So those are the things that you should consider. Thanks.
We usually go for complementary medicine based on my expertise and my experience. Then it's the better way to go for it. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And I see my colleagues have one last question, so I'm going to allow it. Please go ahead.
Okay. Sanibonani, igama lami ngu-Unathi Dlamini, the founder and director for Black Youth Billionaires Club. We offer more service for financial advisory. So, question manje namhlanje is that where should I go, like for institutions, like for regulations or certificates? Because mina angifundile, yabo ngigcinele ka grade 10. So the thing now, my business is unfunded. I've applied from institutions like CIFA, Innovations Bridge, TIA, IDC, also all and so on. I even went to Liberty or Mutually. They said I need to have grade 12, but there's some certain boundaries. So my question, where should I go, or which institution can provide me ngama regulations nama certificates without any for lama certain certificates? And my second question is, why Indaba didn't put industry, like for financial industry, with dialogue for presentation? Because I did apply for presentation, but unfortunately, ngangabizwa. And nang feel like saying no, presentation abe kade izolo. Well, mina ama email ngithole namhlanje and a message ngithole ngo-8 ebusuku.
Excuse me, what business are you doing? What kind of a business? I didn't get that. You know, this room has got an echo. Maybe
I'm into financial services.
financial services, yes. So what is the problem? You apply or you don't get joy from your application? I want to get it right. So
He
that-
actually wants to know in terms of accreditation, how can he go about doing that? Because it's hampering him from getting funding.
Oh, okay. I wish there should be people. You guys, yeah, there is something. Yeah, I think.
Well, I will speak on behalf of TIA mainly because you said you applied to TIA. You said you are in the financial field and you want assistance there, and you have ideas that I'm assuming are trying to solve people's problems. But the question will be, where did you acquire the knowledge in finances? Is it something that is inborn to you and all? In general terms, like we were talking about research, there is a little bit of competency that you must have so that you can understand the dynamics of that industry. That comes when you attend an institution that teaches you about that. But like we were talking previously about indigenous knowledge, is something that has never been attached to financing. So at a personal level, I would be more interested to know, where is the game changer in your ideas that you are looking for accreditation? What specifics do you have that will require you to seek that accreditation? So I know people at the development fund institutions, they don't fund financing. They fund ideas that are going to generate funding for you. So I'm not sure exactly what is your value proposition that will make you feel that you need to be accredited. Thanks.
Thanks so much. I think before I call a colleague for the closing remarks, I want to say thank you to Prof. Diab, thank you Prof. Matang, thank you Dr. Rubuluza, thank you Prof. Basitere. It was really great and an engaging session, and we want to thank ASAF for creating that space for us today to have this panel discussion. So thank you to our colleagues at ASAF. It is very much appreciated. And as the closing remarks, I'm now going to hand over to our Executive Officer, Prof. Himla Sudeyal, for the closing remarks. Thank you.
Thanks, Natasha. Colleagues, it's been an awesome opportunity for us to profile our panel, including the presentation by Professor Diab. I think she shared with us some thought-provoking concepts, brought into our minds the awareness of why climate change continues to be a problem, and given us some food for thought in terms of how the STEMI system is functional where we are in South Africa and what it is we need to do to improve. Our panelists supported that vision by sharing their insights from their own perspectives, and that is also a kind of nice way of showing that no one person knows the full answer. Every organization has at its sleeve its way in which it contributes to the big issues and the big questions. You, as the participating audience, brought that into perspective by sharing with us your concerns and asked questions around a whole scope of things. And what we must remember, that for every agenda, there is a pipeline. You start somewhere, you go through various hurdles and challenges till you come out at the end of the pipeline towards achieving some goal and some objective. The same goes for ASAF. ASAF is at the end of the pipeline of that entire education system. So members of the academy become members when they are nominated by other members. By this time, they have to show vision in academic excellence and service to society, as well as qualities in leadership. Now, Prof challenged us earlier that ASAF and some other entities should be kind of working with her to promote people in the early part of that pipeline. The young lady who asked a question about how she could do things being just a student, an undergraduate student at this stage. Well, we all serve our time in that pipeline before we come out and we do things. But Prof, we like your recommendation. We will try to engage you to see where we could take this further. And ASAF is, like I always say, we are the glue. We are the glue that we bring the various stakeholders together, and we piece the picture in such a way that we as a collective achieve our goals together. That was the idea of the panel's vision for today, and I want you to join me in thanking them in sacrificing time from the very busy schedules to be here to share their insights and thoughts with us all. Thank you very much. And thank you to our program director as well. She's the co-chair of the Young Academy of Science, and they do remarkable work, absolutely remarkable work, unstintingly, because they get no pay for this. So over and above their own work of a heavy academic career, they contribute their time to ensure that the vision of young early career scientists and the youth are brought into our orbit so that collectively we can achieve the objective of using science in the service of society. Thank you very much, and a good conference onward. Bye for now.
Thank you, Prof. And thank you to everyone. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. I'm going to hand over to our program director. Thank you. Oh, let me take that back. Thanks so much. You're welcome, Prof. Thank you so much.
All right, please can all the professors, all of them are profs, ne? Please come on to All right, we are heading to the last segment of the program. This is the Green Innovators Pitching Competition powered by Technology Innovation Agency, TIA. So I'm going to call upon the facilitator, Dr. Rosh, Mama Bolo, Managing Director for Laura Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Doc? Doc, where are you? Please, can we get Dr. Rosha ready? Let me call him. All right, I think Doc is making his way down the stairs for the pitching session. Are you ready, Doc? 1 minute, okay. Then we're good to go. Thank you so much. Siyabonga kakhulu. I know some of you have been here since the early hours of the morning, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. And you're still with us, so thank you so much. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you so much for staying. And we hope that you've enjoyed, you've met someone new, you've networked. I see the volunteers have got gifts. Are we ready? Let's also give our sound guys a round of applause. I think the sound today has been great. Please give them a round of applause. I have to acknowledge them, otherwise they mute me. They switch off and then you can't hear what I'm saying. And the sound has been great from here to the back, right? Can I see by a show of hands if you agree? Yeah, boy, you guys are doing a great job. So these are the sound guys. I have to, because it's so young. Thank you so much, my brother. Appreciate you and the team. By a show of hands, who of you are going to be pitching? Woo! Okay, who of you would like to pitch? Okay. Who of you are pitching? For sure, like you are sure. Okay. You two are sitting next to each other, but you are in competition. That's nice of you. Okay. They're friends. Will be a test of friendship. One more minute. And please, I know Doc will facilitate the session. When they do come up on stage, please let's encourage them. Because gyashisa la phambili. Yeah, gyashisa la, it's hot. The stage is hot. Hey, it's nice when you're sitting there and people are looking at you like, hey, what's this one saying? But the stage is hot. Nearly ready. We're nearly there. One, two. All right, Doc is waiting for the judges. Lesego, please, can you come to the front?
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for staying until this time. Welcome to the pitch competition. It's very exciting. I'm looking forward to it. We are just waiting for two more judges, and then we'll get the show underway. So just give us a minute or so while we're still locating the other judge. The contestants are ready. They've been prepared. They're excited. There's prize money to give away. And yeah, the rule is they will pitch today. And tomorrow in the afternoon, we announce the winners. Right. All right, we'll be underway very soon. right, thank you so much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get underway. I'm being told that the judges are all here. Thank you so much and welcome once again. Looking forward to this session. Just as a brief background, the Green Youth Innovators pitch is in its 9th year now. We have been running these pitches since 9 years ago, and we have been seeing a lot of entrepreneurs coming up with quite a number of innovative ideas. So this year is no different. But before we get the show underway, I'm going to, just to invite on stage last year's winner, Lovoyo, to just come and say just a few words of, did he chow the money, or what did he do with the money? But also just to encourage the current contestants, just a word or two of advice, because I know they're quite nervous. So can we welcome last year's winner to hand over, Luvoyo. All right, and then thereafter we'll introduce the judges and we'll introduce the contestants, and the pitches will get underway. Once again, Luvoyo, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm back on stage again. My name is Luvo Gugwana. I'm the founder of Green Arch Innovations, which is a company that is vested in aquaponics innovation and micro-franchising. So really in the space of sustainable agriculture. And we are the winners of 2023 Green Youth Indaba. So I think for us, it was really quite an interesting journey because we actually learned a lot, especially in our pre-pitch sessions. I think today, to all the guys that are going to be pitching, all the best. So I've been there, quite really nervous as well for my pitch, but really today is about applying what you learned on the pre-pitching programs. Then also the judges, they're willing to see what you've learned and how do you apply what you've learned. And then also just speak from the heart. No one knows the business more than yourself. So you know the business, just go there and win. We're all winners at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay. So just a brief background. What happened is we've been going throughout the country, identifying innovators, entrepreneurs in provinces throughout the country, and with the intention of them all coming here to the finals to pitch. So today is a culmination of about 6 months or 8 months of searching for ideas, and this is where it comes to. So the rules basically are each contestant has 5 minutes to do the pitch, and then the judges, they each have a minute if they have a question to ask or follow-up question. They each have a minute or so to ask the questions, and then we then move on to the next contestant. So the judges should, by just maybe raising their hands, if I may ask. We have Ms. Nontombi Maseko from DTIC. Can we give a round of applause? Thank you so much. And then we have Mr. Given Mahlobe. Is Mr. Given here? Awesome. Mr. Given is from TIA, Technology Innovation Agency. And Lebohang Klomatsabe. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Can we recognize him? He's from he's a community development manager from CCBSA, Coca-Cola Beverages, South Africa. And then Teslim Yusuf, awesome. He's executive for planning, monitoring, and evaluation at AWCTA. Right. So the prize monies, right? A third prize is 50,000. Oh, okay. Yeah, so there's some discrimination that's going on here. Apologies. Just maybe your name? Alina Mtembu from Department of Science and Technology. Can we give her a round of applause? I apologize for that. Okay. So the prize monies. Third prize is 50,000, right? That's just for 5 minutes speech. 50,000 is quite a lot. Guys, remember there's no collateral and forms and all those things. You just come here, 5 minutes. If we're impressed, here's 50,000. Second prize, 75,000. And the grand prize, 125,000. Right. The prizes are made possible by thanks to TIA, EWCTA, CCBSA, MERCITA, DSI, and DTIC. Can we give them the round of applause? Thank you so much. So guys, don't get excited. It's not cash. It's in equipment and infrastructure. Right. All right. Only now I'm getting, Ms. Mtembu, only now I'm getting your name on my WhatsApp. Right. Pictures, 5 minutes. You come, you get on stage, right? I'll time you, right? It's nothing personal against me and you, it's you against the clock, right? 5 minutes, and when you are done, 5 minutes, my phone will do the nice music, just to wrap up your pitch, right? And then I'm handing over to the judges. Last minute announcement, we will be announcing the winners tomorrow afternoon at the end of the conference. And yeah, and I will be popping champagne. Is it good? Or we'll be popping Coke, since Coke is a sponsor. All right. The first contestant, if we can get their slides, let's say, if we can get their slides ready. The first contestant is Sheldon Miles, Pandaram for Seed Time and Harvest Agriculture. Are you good? Awesome. There's the clicker. You're going to be here. All right. Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. We just need to get the slides up and running. So we had a workshop the whole day yesterday where we were actually discussing or going through how to pitch. I hope these guys are not going to embarrass me. I need this gig next year, guys, please. Right? Yeah, it was a whole day pitching, and then there were whole rounds of pre-pitch where the top 5, which are here, were selected. So they were selected from yesterday. I think there were about 30 pitches yesterday, and out of the 30, this is the top 5 that we have today at the moment. Right. I'm hoping technology will play ball today still. So there are technical glitches. Hope it's in your favor. Okay, I'm being asked that we have change of plans. Can we do a substitution in the meantime? Can we, instead of Sheldon, can we have Guiba? And then we'll bring you back. Awesome. Are you ready? Great. So you need the mic. Okay. Are you ready? What are you doing? Going back? Yeah, I'm going back. Are you ready? Okay. So, your 5 minutes starts. 1 liter of waste oil can contaminate 1 million liters of fresh water. My name is Guiba Pasia. I am the managing director of Clones Oil. At Clones Oil, we collect and recover waste oil and contaminated fuel for processing. For the collections that we do, we have a client we have currently, which is London Bricks. They are a clay brick manufacturing company that we supply the oil to. They use the oil as their fuel oil. We are supplying 20,000 liters a month currently. We also have a letter of intent with a company called FFS Refiners, which is based nationwide. At Clones, we collect the used oil so that it doesn't contaminate the environment, the water, the soil. Basically, we are green heroes. At Clones Oil, we have received some accolades throughout the years. Back in 2011, we received an award from Taylor Fleet Management, a division of Mercedes-Benz, for the work we do for the environment. These are the equipment that we use. We have 2 trucks and a bakkie that we use to collect the oil, and we also have some pumping equipment that we have, and some storage tanks. With the seed funding we're going to receive here today, we're going to use the 100,000 for our environmental impact assessment study that is going to open more doors for us to expand and become a processor. The environmental impact assessment study is going to open doors for us to have a manufacturing license from the Department of Environmental Affairs and a waste management license also from the Department of Environmental Affairs. These are currently the licenses and permits that we have at the moment. We have a permit with the Rose Foundation that equips us to collect oil all over South Africa. We also have a permit from the local municipalities, your transport permits, your business permits. We also have a wholesale license with the Department of Energy that enables us to supply waste oil and bulk fuel. From 5 years back, those are the liters we have collected. This is the threshold that we have. From 5 years back, when we received our licenses, we have doubled our collection of liters every year
has been doubling every year. And with the license that we're going to have from the Department of Environmental Affairs, it shows that it's going to expand the business and it's going to keep on doubling every year. Our team from Clones, I am as the managing director. I have training in the chemical space, so I know what to do with the oil that we collect when we're going to process it. I have some training from Cheetah in the chemical space, and I have some training from the chemical companies around Durban. Okay. In my team, I also have these people. I have Babalwe. She does our bookkeeping and accounting. And then I have Osipile that does the business management and business acquisition. And there is Lutolo that does the marketing and branding for the company. And then I have Lulama. He does the legal work. They are all have degrees in their fields.
Awesome. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Quiva. Up to the judges. Can we? You're not done yet. Okay, let me just get the mic to the judges. All right. Here we go.
Hi, Quiva. Mine is quite easy. Thank you so much, and for your courage to. It's not easy standing in front of people and having to present your idea.
Yes.
I just wanted clarity on just a small thing. I know you were about to go through it there, but it didn't come out well. Just confirm for me, how long have you been in business for? And what is the impact in terms of the people that you hire? How many are full-time? Is it growing business in your view? Because I picked up there is data from 2019, but I also saw something that speaks to 2010, 2011. Just confirm for me how long you've been in business and currently what is your employment in terms of the people that you hire directly? Just one of you.
Okay, thank you for the question. The business has been in existence since 2010. It started operating in 2011 officially. But at that time, we didn't have any permits or licenses. We were just operating unlawfully, I would say. When we received our permits in 2019, that's when everything started to open some doors for us because we have some permits. We are the only youth black-owned company in the Eastern Cape that does the business. So every company, they call us when they need disposal of their fuel, contaminated fuel or contaminated oil. With the employment, we have 3 guys that are permanent currently in the company, excluding myself. So we have 2 drivers that we have at the moment, and then we have the team that does the work. They are not on a permanent basis. They are just outsourcing.
Okay, can I just ask, I didn't quite get your business model clearly in terms of, are you a logistics business or are you a technological business first? And then secondly, how are you making your money? Because you keep on saying we collect oil and then we deliver it, so I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay, excuse me for not being clear. The oil that we have is the commodity that we sell. We are transporting it ourselves with our own logistics. So the companies that have factories, that have machines, your boiler machines, your furnaces, are the ones that are buying the oil from us. They are using it as a commodity to it, as we are collecting it as a waste, it's a commodity, a fuel to them.
Do you process it?
At the moment, we haven't started processing it. With the funding we're going to receive here today, we're going to make an environmental impact assessment for our site that we have purchased so that we can establish a factory there.
Okay, just a follow-up question, and your question is really important. So you collect the waste oil.
Yes.
So it's sort of a circular economy. You collect the waste oil, you give it to another industry that needs it as an input.
Yes, sir.
Which companies give you this kind of product as a waste? And which companies are using this as an input? Have you been able to do that proper market analysis to see the potential for your market?
Okay. Currently, we are collecting from construction site workshops, from mine workshops, from logistic company workshops, everywhere where there is a machine that is being serviced, which will have that waste oil being drained out so that they can put new oil on the machines. The machines can either be stationary machines in the workshop, or they are logistics, they are trucks, they are vehicles, any machine that uses lubricant oils. And the commodity, our clients, it's companies that are using it as furnace fuel oil, which is your boiler industries and your hospitals and clay brick companies. Yes.
Thanks. My question is around the competition. Okay, what you are doing, is it easily to be duplicated by another company that you can have a strong competition? Or do you have a secret source somewhere? Even if some other guys, they do the same thing, they might not be able to copy either your business model or the technology that you are using in the process.
Thank you for the question. There are other companies that are doing the same thing, especially here in Durban and in Johannesburg. There are a lot of companies that are doing the same thing, but in the province that we are based in, which is the Eastern Cape, I am the only black guy that is doing the same thing against 3 other white companies.
Thank you so much. All right, the next contestant, I think you guys can see how it rolls. Painless, right? Right? So the next contestant will be Bonke Mbashe. All right. While we're waiting for him, again, just to acknowledge the sponsors, the prize monies, TIA, EWCTA CCBSA, Mercita DSI, and DTIC. Can we give him a round of applause? All right. Can we get his, do you have slides, right? Do you have slides? Yes. So let's get your slides up and running. Here we go. You're gonna need the mic. You're gonna need the mic. Your time starts now.
Renewable energy is a problem. Imagine you're a small company that has just recently a solar system. This system is not just a backup system for your renewable energy, but it's also part of your efforts to renewable energy. First, everything works out fine, but as time goes on, you see that there's problems with the system. First, the batteries seem to drain faster than expected, and the system also sometimes seems to be charging whilst it's also at 100% charge. Now, despite these problems, you don't pay much attention and you continue using the system to a point where the system does not give you the amount that you want of electricity. So what you initially thought would be a 15-year plan only ends up lasting for 6 to 3 months. So who guides you through these massive changes? Who tells you if a change is expected? Today, no one. But this is what we're on a mission to change. HiPrem is a system that we've developed that aims to make a change and make people's life more easier. Our system revolves around providing our products as a system. And, please do forgive me. I want to show my slides. Okay, let's just carry on. Okay. Could you please restart it again? Can we start again, like from the first part? Yes, thank you. We continue. Okay. So our solution is actually based on helping individuals not go through the same journey as I did. Our solution is an end-to-end solution, which of course which is an app which was launched last year. The app helps people like myself to first and foremost get a better understanding of the renewable energy system. And it also allows me to track and monitor how my system as a renewable energy system works. Our first part of our renewable energy system is our battery management system, which is the first quantitative test testing the most essential biomarkers. This quantitative test is also something that we use to help track and understand how the system works. As time goes on, the system it's very easy to use. The fact that you can just install the system, it allows you to track it from the day you've installed it. So by regularly tracking, it allows you to first understand how the system will actually work in the future, and also it will give us the right to actually now tell you how the system will, of course, continue by looking at the data that the system also has provided. Now, our go-to-market, the renewable energy market in South Africa is estimated over 1 billion rand and is expected to rapidly grow, according to a study done by Statista. This amount of market size is also greatly magnified on the global scale, with more companies moving to renewables. We aim to capture a significant share of this market with our AI system and battery management system, because we realize that our system helps people do more. Our go-to-market tactics focuses on developing a robust sales model aimed at cultivating lasting relationships with our potential customers. Our approach will combine targeted outreach through a skilled sales team and a compelling online presence, as we found out this is a major influencer on our potential market. As we continue with our go-to-market tactics, we'll continuously evaluate them to ensure that they effectively find, retain, and engage with our potential customers. To validate our customers, we've done extensive work and found out there were 3 factors that affect the decision-making process, such as price, performance, and sustainability. To validate our understanding of these decision-making processes, or these metrics, we've actively engaged with customers through surveys, interviews, and feedback sessions, and we've collected invaluable insights into what factors drive these problems. So, it's through these interactions that have allowed us to fine-tune our product feature to align with the needs of our targeted customer. And we also realize that our product's feature has a great potential because it identifies the needs of the targeted customer, giving us a competitive advantage in the market. Okay. Our revenue model revolves around providing our product as a feature, so our customers pay us based on usage, creating a scalable and sustainable income. And we also see the potential impact of actually partnering with renewable energy facilities. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. But I have a question. I'm a bit confused. You're selling two things. You're selling AI that looks at a system I have already procured, right?
Yes.
You're also selling a battery management system on a system I've already procured.
No, we sell them separately.
No, of course. So you're selling it on a system the customer has already acquired. It's in my home.
Yes, we sell a system that you install on the system that you already have at home. Yes.
So who is your target market? Is it the customer or the guy who puts the system together?
Our target customer is small businesses and small and households, not the people who actually install the system.
But don't you think your customer base is the people that own those systems? Because remember, they also have their apps.
Yes.
And they will tell us that their apps are superior to your app.
Yes.
Yes. So
license B2B.
yes.
Exactly what you're talking about.
So look at your slides properly.
Yes.
Your business model is not clear to me.
Okay.
So just quickly take this through to us.
Okay. Should I explain it? Yes, please. Okay, no problem. So what happens is that what we first focus on is actually just selling our systems to customers. Now that's the first, of course, the people that we focus on. We sell our products to people who like households and small businesses who have already procured solar systems. Now it's through our market research that we've seen that these are the people who actually want the system, rather than going to manufacturers and actually looking for them to actually procure the system. We found that it's much more easier to actually convince the people who like small households and small businesses to actually use our system because it have superior methods than the conventional systems that are around. So that's what we're trying to actually explain there.
No, that's
Yes?
not what it's saying. The second block says B2B, integrated licensing, and so which business are you selling to?
Thank you for actually looking at that. So what we're trying to say is that we first sell to customers, people who really want the system, who we've seen that really want the system. But as time goes on, that's the system that will actually continue following. Like for instance, if the thing works and there are people who want it, we can then give it to them. And then they can also give the other
Is
customers.
this the future view? It's not what's happening currently?
No, the first part is, of course, as we continue, that's, yes.
Mine is not a question, it's just a comment to say well done on the presentation. It's not easy having to present in 5 minutes an idea that you have worked on for a very long time before. So well done on presenting your idea and for defending it. That's one.
Thank you so much. Can you give him a round of applause, Bob? Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a follow-up question. Yes, absolutely.
Just a quick question. In terms of developing your system, how far are you? Do you have a prototype? Do you have a product that you now sell to your customers?
They removed the slides. We already have a product that's already in the market, and we've already got an award for our product, which is, of course, our app. And then our battery management system is at TRL 9. So we've actually validated it through a third party. Yes, so that's where we are in terms of our technology. I'm so sorry for the slides. Okay.
Just maybe briefly on the team. Who is your team?
Okay, thank you. Our team, the company's foundation was actually based on my experience and Figi Limbashe's experience with. Okay. So it was actually. Thank you, sir. So the company is a result of my and Figile's personal experience with, of course, renewables. And we also have Vuyo, who's a technical expert who has 15 years in experience developing technical systems. So we all have a combined experience of 25 years. Yes.
All right. Can we give him a round of applause? and by the way, it's Bonke's second bite at the cherry, right? He tried last year, so let's hope this year will be better. Right. All right, so as a football coach, you have your starting lineup, and then you have the striker, and then you decide, maybe not, let me not start with the striker. I'll put the striker second half. Sheldon, you are next as a substitute striker. All right, so 5 minutes, again, the rules. I hope this time that your slides are ready. If we can just beam them for everybody to see. Again, thanks to our sponsors, DTIC, DSI, Mercita, CCBSA, AWCTA, and TIA. Are you ready? Awesome. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, you want to be here? Oh, okay. All right. Can we have Sheldon's slides up, please? Oh, there you go. Are you ready? Your time starts now.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. So imagine transforming city.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, please. Testing.
All right, let's start again.
Hi, everyone. So imagine transforming city rooftops and abandoned lots into lush, productive farms. Welcome to the future of urban farming. My name is Sheldon Miles Bandara, and I'm from Seed Time and Harvest Agriculture. So the company is founded by my wife and myself. During COVID, we decided to take a leap into a new industry, and that industry is agriculture. My wife has a history as an entrepreneur. Her background is makeup, but she does have a history in farming. And for myself, I have a background in civil engineering. I started civil engineering when I was 18 years old. I'm 35 this year. And I've just graduated as well from the Joseph Business School, which was amazing. It's helped me a lot with my capacity and networking. And let me take you on our journey. So our end product for our consumers is a pretty simple one. It's food. So it's something that we all need. It's something that we're always going to need. And unfortunately, the world doesn't have enough of it. Specifically, we in fruits and vegetables. We also supply meat, but that's more of a wholesaling arm of the business. This is our urban farming model. We are specific in vertical towers, and vertical towers has a lot of advantages to it. We've got it's soilless farming. It's all water-based. Our roots are actually about as long as this mic, which means you get a longer shelf life. We provide you with crispy organic lettuce, which means that we can charge that at a premium because it lasts longer. And we've sat down with buyers provincially and nationally, and they are willing to pay the premium for that cost because it means longer produce for their customers. This is our target market. We've got all of the big players in South Africa. We've approached SPAR. We're actually going to be supplying them soon. We're busy waiting for our vendor number. We've also got access to Checkers, Food Lovers, and Boxer. However, we're going to build up our capacity first, and we'll probably start that in the second quarter of next year. As you can see, we've got a massive target market, and we've got a long journey ahead of us. Singapore. So I was blessed to have been selected to represent South Africa last year in Singapore, together with the Singapore Chamber of Commerce, Business Chamber of Commerce, and the NYDA. And the trip was a really blessed trip. I also signed an MOU together with the High Commissioner of Singapore and the embassy, which is a pretty big deal, and I'm really grateful for that. That's also opened up a lot of market access into Singapore, and as a result, into Asia. We've also got partners on the ground who have set up an entity and have agreed to fund the pilot of it and give us land in Singapore. So if you're familiar with Singapore, it's a very small island. It takes 30 minutes to travel from one end to the other. And by the grace of God, we were able to get land on that island. And once our pilot is live, which should be by the end of this month or mid-July this year, we are going to pilot and get grant facilities on the ground with our local partner to go out into Asia. So we've got access to other surrounding countries as well. I'm also blessed to be a member of the BRICS Association, the SABIA, the South African BRICS Youth Association. I was in Pretoria a few weeks ago at the Innovation Hub, and I networked quite well as well, and found a lot of partners that are willing to join us on this journey and to actually scale it. And I was also approached by 2 venture capitalists. We're currently busy on our intellectual property and some patents around our actual own design of our tower, which I cannot get into right now, but there's a lot of benefits to it versus the current ones on the market. This is one of the 2 properties that we have available for our pilot. This one is in Cato Ridge, the other one is in the north coast of KZN. If you know anything about urban farming, you don't need a lot of space to farm. In a small stage like this, we can probably grow close to 1,000 units of crop. This is a financial outlook that we did on the wholesaling model, which is a very basic model. It's basically about 4 million rand turnover a year. If we had to incorporate this into the cost of produce for the
All right,
urban,
wrap up.
it would be double. Thank you for your time, and the floor is open for questions.
Awesome. All right. Judges, over to you.
You haven't told us how you're making your money.
So there's 2 arms to our business currently. The first one being wholesaling. Wholesaling has given us access to SPAR and to the other companies that I mentioned. The urban farming would allow us not just to wholesale, but to grow our own produce at a faster pace, and they are willing to partner with a company like this because it hasn't been done before in South Africa. So we've identified a really interesting gap in the market.
Thank you so much for a detailed presentation. I just have 2 clarity-seeking questions. My first one is, what is the size of your team? How many employees do you have, and what is their technical capacity? The second one is around some of your expansion plans. It's around making international markets. There is some mechanisms like your carbon beta adjustment mechanisms. Do you have any interventions in place for such?
Sorry, could you repeat the second to last word?
The second one is that as you are trying to access international markets, there are certain legal frameworks that you need to comply with. I didn't hear you touch about that. For instance, there's now going to be the introduction of the carbon border adjustment mechanisms and many other legal frameworks outside of the country. What is the compliance on that?
Okay, so without revealing too much around our IP, because obviously we're still busy with that, we've got access to more countries than Singapore. However, we don't want to overwhelm ourselves with the access that we have available. So I'll use another country that we're going to go to after our pilot is live, which is Ethiopia. And they're willing to partner to give us land and to assist us with all red tape, if I can call it that, and to give us the expertise on the ground as well, according to whatever jurisdictions are there. In terms of Singapore, we've already registered an entity and we've got a local business partner, which actually gives us access to grant facilities. And with those grant facilities come really advanced incubators who are really excited to work with us post our trip and our presentation as well. I hope that answers your question.
And then around the team size?
Yes. So our team currently, it's my wife and myself, and then I've got a good buddy of mine who's in farming for the past 15 years. And we've also found some other guys in the industry who are quite qualified. And as soon as we reach certain milestones, we'll have the financial capacity to bring them on board.
You want to follow up?
Yeah, are you trading?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. 2 questions. Do you need our money? Yeah,
Yes.
so wait, first question, do you need our money? Second question, what is the potential for this to create jobs? And why are you not using just basic traditional agriculture? Go back to the farm. Why do you want to bring farming into the urban area?
So the first question is, yes, of course we need money. We're a business and businesses always need money. And with the industry that we're in, part of our strategy when my wife and I planned this is that agri-tech and agriculture, specifically around the equipment that we're dealing with, it's an untapped space globally. So there's monies around there's monies around the world every year that do not get used for these types of projects. So strategically, from a business point of view, it only makes sense to tap into that. And I hope that answers that question about money. For the second part of it, would you please repeat that question?
So there are traditional ways of farming. You go to the land and you farm, and most farms are in the outskirts. Why are you coming into the urban areas to farm? And how does that add value to job creation and all of that?
So urban farming is a little bit more skilled than your conventional farming. And we're not bashing conventional farming because our pilot in Durban is a combination of open field and urban farming. So urban farming, we can grow our crop faster. For example, leafy greens would grow a lot faster in a water-based solution versus soil. We also have a liquid. There's different types of liquids that you put into the water to give it more nutrients, which helps it grow quicker and which also makes the root longer, which creates longer shelf life. So there's a lot of benefits to urban farming. Another one which is great is there's no pesticides in urban farming. And the future, obviously we're thinking way ahead. People are multiplying and we're not getting any more land. And there's going to come a point where all our farmland is going to get developed for residential. And when that time comes, we're going to have to get smart about it, and we're going to actually have to do, there's another concept we have, there's going to have to be vertical buildings, which are just there for farming because there's no space. This is obviously way ahead, but there is a capacity in the market to tackle this right now, and it's a massive gap in the market.
A quick question from me. I want to understand your scalability strategy. And okay, there is a production of the agri products, and there's a technology which you are saying you have an intellectual property. Is it to start businesses? You were talking about Singapore and other countries. You want to start a business in those countries where you produce these products, you sell it to retailers, or you want to sell the technology?
Thank you for that question. So the first arm of our business is wholesaling, which I've explained. The second arm is urban farming. And if I can give you some numbers for that, I think that's what you're asking. So on our tower, we've got 80 pods on a tower. So with 10 towers, you've got 800 plants. With 100 towers, you've got 8,000 plants. We've done a model in business school, and one of the faculty actually assisted with me. With 300 to 400 of our towers, you can make about R1 million a month, depending on what crop you're selling. So the third arm of our business is training. We're looking at training whoever it is that wants to get into farming, because everybody can use a secondary income, regardless of what point you're at in your life. And it's something that you're always going to have a buyer for. So that's more about phase 3, which is also a little bit into our intellectual property. So, but I hope I answered your question in terms of the numbers.
Are you selling this technology or not?
Are we selling it?
Can you sell it to me? I produce my own agriculture products.
Yes, that's part of our model.
Thank you so much. Not to keep you long, man, and well done for your presentation. I think the reason everyone has a question is because it's so interesting. But mine is attached to the previous two questions that were asked quickly. Is there a plan to actually create employment through this? Absolutely. Or the plan from your side is to continue the way you are and sell the IP and not necessarily expand your team? That's one. And should you become victorious today, where are you likely to invest the whatever that you get from today? Where do you need it the most?
Okay. So my apologies, I didn't answer the question about job creation. Of course there's job creation because you need manpower. The brilliant thing about urban farming is depending on the size of your farm will determine how many people you need. So I think with about 5 to 10 towers, you can have one permanent staff. And it's a permanent skill staff. So around our academy that we have planned, it's more structured around family businesses that want to start their own business, that want to have a secondary income. So the family can allocate, as and when they need it. As and when how many people they need, to maintain the farm. And to answer your question, could you please repeat your second question, sorry?
No, it was where are you likely to
invest? So we've just acquired land in the north coast of KZN, and it's 1 hectare. So to get back to your question as well, we're using 90% of it for open farming, and we're using 10% of it for urban farming, because we don't need all of it for urban farming. And for there, we're actually employing 5 people permanently for that project. And that project would begin immediately. That's the impact that this funding would have for us. It would go towards the towers that I presented, the 80-pot towers, and an irrigation system to run it.
Okay.
Awesome. Can we give Sheldon Cooper? Oh, Sheldon, sorry. All right. Thank you so much. Moving right along, the second last picture of the day. Again, there's then an opportunity to win from 50,000 to 125,000. Can we have Ms. Tembeka Shongwe? Can we give her a round of applause? Once again, just thanking our sponsors for the prize money: TIA Technology Innovation Agency, EWCITA, CCBSA, Mercita, DSI, and DTIC. Right. Can we have Ms. Shongwe's slides? Are you ready? Yes. All right. There we go. There you go, Dominion Solutions. Go for it.
World fish farming production contributes 49% to the total global production of seafood, and South Africa only contributes 0.8% to this 49%. Why? Good afternoon, everyone, judges. I am Tembeka Shongwe, and I am the founder and CEO of Dominion Solutions, which is an aquaculture management consulting firm. I am here to introduce to you guys one of our newest inventions. As a marine biologist, I noticed that South Africa's aquaculture sector is growing very slowly, yet we have significant potential to increase. This significant potential is driven by the increasing demand for sustainable seafood and supportive government policies. However, this drive depends on solving critical issues that fish farmers face on a daily. So what are these challenges? Well, for starters, there's lack of funding in the aquaculture sector in South Africa. And then when we look at fish farming problems, we've got poor sustainable management from the fish farmer's side, lack of resource utilization, we've got lack of integrating modern technology into the systems, we've got high operational costs due to high feed costs, And then we've also got mismanagement of disease outbreaks. So disease outbreaks can cause huge high mortality rates, which results in huge losses. So what is our solution? We've created AquaBrainNet, which is a mobile application precision aquaculture tool that utilizes artificial intelligence and machine learning with a holistic approach to ensure efficiency, sustainability, and profitability of fish farming options. So our AquaBrainNet functions has 5 features that is designed to empower fish farmers to make informed decisions to manage their farms sustainably. So we are able to calculate the biomass measurements accurately using AI-powered images. We're also able to detect diseases early and provide preventative measures so that farmers can nip it in the bud. We also source sustainable feed for our farmers to reduce the overall environmental impact that these fish farms may have. We also monitor feeding schedules, feeding patterns, and optimize feeding schedules to reduce feed waste in the system and improve fish feed conversion rates. So we've already created a demo, and I'm more than happy to show it to you guys at the end of this presentation. So what is our unique selling point? Well, precision aquaculture is a mark Africa compared to the rest of the world and compared to precision agriculture. AquaBrainNet provides a holistic approach to enhancing sustainability. We also integrate all the AI-driven functions compared to our competitors who usually have maybe 1 or 2 functions on their platforms. We also source sustainable feed, and we will be partnering with a South African feed company called Wild Aqua Feeds to supply sustainable feed on our platform. So how do we plan to acquire customers? Well, we've already partnered with Smart Exchange to provide us with a pilot project for our alpha testing in KwaZulu-Natal. We will also partner with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment through the initiative Operation Pakisa. We will also partner with aquaculture associations so that they can be able to tell their partners of our benefits. We also have a partner down in Cape Town, Hermanus Salmon, which we will also use as a pilot project. These partnerships will provide us with the necessary endorsements and connections to expand our reach effectively. So our revenue model adopts a multifaceted approach, including subscription fees and advertising space for aquaculture gear companies on our platform. Well, I thought I was getting 250,000, but with the 125,000 Rand, we will be able to utilize it in our custom software development. Obviously now we can't do AI yet, but I'm coming for that other money. Should we win the 125,000 Rand, our team can develop the software in 3 months and starts with the alpha testing phase in KwaZulu-Natal. Our team is 3 people. I am the rose amongst the thorns, and I've got Aubrey and Dalton with a combined experience of 16 years in IT. Aubrey specializes in artificial intelligence, and Dalton specializes in software development. With your investment, we will be able to make AquaBrainNet a reality, driving growth in South Africa's aquaculture sector sustainably. Thank you.
All right, a rose among the thorns.
Yes.
What to you, judges?
Thank you, Ms. Shongwe. That was quite interesting. I have 2 questions for you. In your testing or in your product services or the solutions that you are offering, what kind of hardware? How are you integrating the AI with your hardware? What is that hardware? That's first. Secondly, what is the size of this market that you are targeting? Thanks.
Thank you very much for your question. So this is quite a large project when it comes to funding. So the hardware that we will be utilizing with the AI is underwater cameras and sensors within these aquaculture fish farms. So what our team is planning to do is we've got pre-seed funding competitions that we're entering in order to be able to build up all of that money to go onto this farm with our hardware to first see how the AI will how the AI will behave in certain fish farms. That's number one. Can you please repeat the second question?
How big is the market that you are targeting?
Okay, so in South Africa, we've got over 30 farms that belong to Operation Pakisa, and then we've also got about maybe like 10 farms that don't belong to Operation Pakisa. So we're looking at about 40 farms, but I believe that with Dominion Solutions, which is my aquaculture management consulting firm, I'll be able to encourage and help other people that are looking to create farms. So in the next 3 to 5 years, I really do see the South African aquaculture sector growing a lot bigger than the 50 farms that I've mentioned.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. I saw you were able to connect the problems to your technology. Quick one, do you have the AI technology yet?
Not yet.
Do you have an app that can do any of these functions? Because remember, the app is different from the AI solution. Have you developed anything in the app sector?
So right now, we've only been able to develop a demo because a lot of our functions, all of our functions, except for the sustainable feed, actually, which is what we've done. So the sustainable feed, that was extensive research of what I went into the market and looked at all the sustainable feed that is available out there. So that is the only part of our product that is not AI related. So at the moment, that's the only function that we have and can operate.
Okay. The next one for me is, what kind of ponds do you think your technology will work within? Remember, you have concrete ponds, you have plastic ponds, you have real open field ponds. What kind of technology, what kind of pond would your technology work in? And when you answered that question, you talked about a net, something about a fishing net.
Aquabrain Net is
Yes.
the name of the product.
Okay, that's just the name of the product.
Yes.
It's not the technology, the
No,
physical technology.
no,
So
that's
you're
the
gonna
name
have-
of the product.
You're going to have underwater cameras monitoring fish.
Yes. Sorry, did you ask a question?
Don't worry, you've answered
Oh, okay, awesome, thank you.
Just on my side, I just want clarity around the strategic partnerships that you identified. I want to know, have you already established them, or it's something that you are still working on?
So with Smart Exchange, I am one of the new onboarded projects under the Gen Blue program. So Smart Exchange and I have been discussing the type of pilot farm that I'm going to be able to need in KwaZulu-Natal to actually test this product. So I've only had concrete, yes, we want you from Smart Exchange. With Operation Pakisa, I am still yet to discuss with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment.
Question, quick question. Do you have a competition in South Africa or international?
So can I please go back to my presentation just to put up the international competition? So in South Africa, we don't have any precision aquaculture tools. So at the moment, it's just a lot of like training that the guys will have from technicons or also from visits from international partners that come into the country and actually give off their skills development. So there is no precision aquaculture tool in South Africa, but these are the ones that are overseas. We've got Innovacy, Aquabite, eFishery and Expert, which are companies that have really been operating for more than 5 years in this market. And what sets me apart is the fact that our fish farmers unfortunately cannot afford this technology. So I want to create something for them here.
So have you done any techno-economic studies to see that if you actually come up with this technology, you are going to come lower with the price?
Yes, so that is why we're also not looking for a lot of money when it comes to our custom software development, because we're going on the basic route for now. If we do a complex application development, it's going to be very expensive for our farmers. And I'm hoping by partnering with the department, we'll be able to subsidize with Operation Pakisa projects and not just charge them in, our selling price. Yeah.
No, nothing further. Well done, you did very well.
Thank you.
Don't have a question.
All right, thank you so much. All right, and our last contestant of the day, Ms. Nokupila Kumeta. Can we give her a round of applause? All right, just a reminder, it's the prize monies that we have 50,000, 75,000, and the grand prize of 125. Can we get Umakumete's slides? For what? Oh, okay. All right. Are you ready? You are supposed to be there. While we are waiting, thanks to our judges. Thank you so much for the questions. Looking forward to tomorrow's announcements. All right, so those who are watching and they are interested, they want to enter the competition, please talk to the organizers. This is an annual competition, and I'm hoping that next year's prize will be bigger, right? And you'll then also get to find yourself here. Are you ready? Awesome. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Most of us do not like hearing the phrase, you reap what you sow, because it's often said under bad circumstances. But as someone who grew up in a farming household and studied agriculture, I know that farmers really want to reap what they sow, and even more. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. My name is Nokuphila Kumete. I'm passionate about community development and efficient farming systems. I am a qualified drone pilot and a director of Field Tech Environmental Solutions. So Field Tech is a company where we offer services such as crop spraying meaning herbicides and pesticides application, and fertilizer spreading using drones. Yes, these are the services that we offer using drones. So we do this to help farmers get more yields out of their crops. Crop farmers, I mean vegetable farmers, citrus farmers, sugarcane farmers. So we help farmers get more yields out of their crops, while also they save the wastage of chemicals and the impact of chemicals on the environment, because with our precision drones, the drones can specifically apply the chemicals and fertilizer or the right amount of those chemicals, thus saving the environmental impact. And also we help farmers get more yields through the control of pests and diseases, but also they save the high cost of having to buy farm machinery such as tractors and broom sprayers, and the high cost of servicing those thereof. This agri-technology is fairly new in South Africa, but we do have some of the established companies such as TC Geomatics and Paxis, but we do not take them as a competition as such, because we take them as our partners because we buy the drones and accessories from them. But also what sets us apart is that we are agriculturalists ourselves, so we better understand the challenges that farmers face on a daily basis pertaining to crop health. So this is how we make money. We charge 450 per hectare for fertilizer spreading and crop spraying. We then charge 150 per hour to do mapping, and a transport cost of 550 per kilometer. What we have achieved so far is that we have that T30 drone. It's a 30-liter capacity drone that we use for fertilizer spreading and crop spraying. That drone helps farmers save water also, because with the normal tractor, a farmer will use 300 liters of water to spray a hectare. But with this drone, you just use 30 liters to spray a hectare. We then have another drone that we use for mapping that helps farmers make informed decisions on their crops, as it gives more information on the crop health. And then we have also the trailer. So we are currently in need of 700 plus thousand, but with the 125,000, we'll use that to buy a double axle a trailer that will help us with storing water for easy refilling of the drone while on site. On our team, we currently have 7 employees with the 3 management team, myself as the CEO. I have an honors degree in agriculture. We have Utabiso Sitole, our operations manager. He has a BCom in supply chain management. And we have Ukanyanyawo. He has a diploma in agriculture and he's our marketing manager. Thank you so much, and we really hope to get this funding so that we can help farmers make more profits while saving costs and the environment while at it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Over to you, the judges.
Thank you very much. It's more of a statement because this was very clear. You've been able to connect water, energy, and food. And that is a very important nexus. And then you've looked at also the chemical implication to the environment. So it's brilliant. But then I love questions. What is the potential for you to increase your manpower? If you looked at the farms, you've looked at their sizes, do farmers want you to use a drone? Do they have other technologies they could use? And have you been able to show them how much you're saving them on waste? Yes, do they allow you to do a business case? Or it's very crude. I have this technology, I can help you. Or they tell you, this is what I spend on my crop irrigation and all of that, and what's your value? Are you cheaper or more expensive?
We are cheaper compared to using tractors, because with the conventional way of maintaining crop health, a farmer needs to have a tractor. He then needs to have a broom sprayer. He then has to hire a tractor driver. And he then has to buy fuel. And the time, I think it could take him a day to spray 10 hectares of anything. But with our drone, it actually takes an hour to do 10 hectares and takes one person, myself, as the pilot. So we are actually much cheaper. We save them water. A farmer can use 300 liters of water per hectare, and we use just 30 liters of water per hectare.
That's very good. I think my question is, what is your reach? What is your customer base, and from where are you cutting the slice?
Thank you so much. I forgot to mention that currently we are working with sugarcane farmers, Tongaat sugarcane farmers in Tongaat and Stenga areas. They do sugarcane ripening before harvesting, and that gives them a much higher value of their sugarcane if they do ripening. So we are currently working with about 20 farmers in the Stenga and Tongaat areas, and in total amount, they all have up to 2,000 hectares. So we are actually not even meeting our demand with the amount of fleet that we have. So there's a huge market in the drone business in agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. This one is just for my understanding. So if I'm your client, how many times will you have to come to me in an annual, like in 12 months, in the space of 12 months? I just want to understand, once you acquire a customer, how many times will you have to service them for you to make your margins and all that?
Okay, it's depending on the type of crop that you are growing and your crop management program. For example, with the sugarcane farmers, they harvest we started working with them from February, and we are going to work with them till December. So they're harvesting. Let's say a farmer has 1,000 hectares, a sugarcane farm has 1,000 hectares. They won't harvest that 1,000 hectares at the same time. So they will do an intervals maybe of 20 hectares in this month, 20 hectares next month. So we'll be working all around with that farmer. And they're not only doing harvesting, they also do herbs, weed management. So we also do this. They do fertilizer spreading to increase the yield, the growth of their crops. We also do the fertilizer spreading. So we're working all year round.
That's a very brilliant question. And I think, how do you sell your business to them? Do you sell it as, fragmented? I do this, I do that. How do you sell your business to the farmer? Do you sell it as a package? Because his question has just opened up that in my thinking. As a package, to say, you could subscribe with me for 3 years and I take care of 6 things for you.
Honestly, we haven't done the subscription part, so we just do once off. If a farmer calls us and say, I need to manage my weeds, please come, we go to them. If they say, I need to do ripening, please come, we do that.
You need business development. The farmer is your target audience. He's got a line of things that you offer. So I think you want to get into a contract with him on a long term, so that you can go to the bank knowing your business is growing. So package your offering properly, and you need to look at business development. You have gold there.
Thank you so much. I'll take that into
Just as an
consideration.
addition, who's your business development at Smart Exchange?
It's my first time at the youth in Indaba, so I'm not...
Because let me tell you, these are the nuggets we're giving to you now. What he talked about earlier, to sell crop management as a service. So you're bringing the entire suite. So you'll bring the management, but also, you start from soil analysis and make sure that as they are planting that soil and they're doing their circles. So I think the bottom line is that your business has a potential to grow. You're on the right path. Just get the right packaging. Thanks.
Thank you.
Awesome. Can we give Makumet? Thank you so much. And with that comes the end of the pitch competition 2024. And the winner is... We'll know tomorrow. Let's give our contestants a round of applause once again, guys. They were quite amazing. And special thanks to our judges, Mr. Teslim Yusuf, Lakwang Klomatsabe, Given Mahlope, and Ms. Nontombi Maseko, and Ms. Alina Mtembu. I got it now. Can we give them a round of applause, please? And of course, they are representing TIA, EWCTA, CCBSA, Mersita, DSI, and DTIC. So with that, thank you so much, colleagues. Tomorrow we'll announce the winners, the 50,000, 75,000, and the grand prize of 125. So thank you so much, and let's give ourselves a round of applause again. I'm going to hand over to our host, Mr. Spusiso Mlimi, who's been doing a great job to wrap up the Day 1 conference for us. Thank you so much, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Doc. Please, can we give Doc a round of applause? Dr. Rosha Mamabola. Thank you. It is 5:30. Yo. All right, we have to wrap up. Thank you so much. As I said earlier, some of you have been here since 7:30, 8 o'clock, and it's 5:30. But the biggest investment that you can make is in yourself and getting information to go to the next level. So please give yourselves a round of applause. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2. We are starting at 8:30. So please be seated at around 8:20. And then we'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, more money to give away. Thank you so much. Enjoy your evening and God bless. Thank you. When you get home later, please continue to share the love on social media. Hashtag GYI2024. Tag us. Let's repost, retweet. Would really